네, 많은 분들께서 함께
Ladies and gentlemen, the 11th Asian Legislative Expert Symposium. Thank you very much for joining us today. And we are joined by such a large number of audience offline and also online. I would like to thank you all for joining us. The Asian legislative experts are gathered here today to share various cases and current issues. It's a pleasure to meet you all today. I'll be your MC today. My name is Kim Yeonjin. It's a pleasure to host you today. Asian Legislative Expert Symposium is now in its 11th year after starting in 2013, and with the slogan of sharing Korea's legislative experience with Asian countries and looking for legislative solutions for various challenges of Asian countries. And this year, we are dealing with the theme of legislative administrative of each Asian country and cooperation measures. And we are joined by various experts from Asian countries. I hope you can stay with us until the very end of this symposium. Now we are going to kick off the 11th Asian Legislative Expert Symposium. And for today's symposium, a lot of people travel to be with us today, and I would like to introduce you to the speakers and distinguished guests, and please welcome them with a big round of applause. First, Kim Chang-bum, Vice Minister of the Ministry of Government Legislation. Thank you very much. Next, President Han Young-soo of Korean Legislative Research Institute. Please give him a big round of applause. Thank you very much. And we are also joined by Jung Man-seok from Korea Legal Text Research Institute. Thank you. And we are also joined by Minister Suharto Mono Arpa of the Indonesian Ministry of National Development Planning. Thank you very much. We are also joined by Mr. Gandhi Solistianto, His Excellency is Indonesian Ambassador to Korea. Thank you very much, Ambassador. And we are also joined by Secretary General Park Jong-ho from Asian Forest Cooperation Organization. And we are also joined by Dean of KDI School of Public Policy and Management, Professor Yoo Jong-il. Last but not least, we are joined by Dean Amarusana Betbold of the National University of Mongolia School of Law. Please give him a big round of applause. And we are also joined by a number of distinguished guests from home and abroad, but because of the interest of time, we would like to conclude the introduction of the VIPs. And once again, I would like to thank each and every one of you for participating in today's symposium. Now we are going to listen to the opening remarks by Minister Lee Wang-kyu of the Government Legislation, but because of an official engagement, Minister could not join us, but he has sent us a video message of his opening remarks.
Distinguished guests, good afternoon. I am Minister Lee Wang-kyu of Government Legislation. I would like to express my deepest gratitude to President Han Young-soo of Korea Legislation Research Institute for your tireless support in making today's symposium possible. Secretary General Park Jong-ho of Asia Forest Cooperation Organization, AFOCO, Minister Suharto Mono Arpa of National Development Planning Agency of Indonesia, Secretary General of Office of the Council of State of Thailand, Pakon Nilpura Punte, for taking time to give us a congratulatory speech despite your busy schedule, and also Dean Yoo Jong-il of KDI School of Public Policy and Management, and esteemed speakers and moderator, thank you for joining us today. It is my great regret that I'm unable to attend the symposium in person due to another schedule and delivering the opening remark via video. This year marks the 10th anniversary of Asian Legislative Expert Symposium ALES that first started in 2013. Legislative experts from across Asia have gathered together and discussed various issues such as transportation, natural disaster and safety, administrative procedures, and legislative administration for development of laws and system. For the past 3 years, this symposium had been held virtually due to the spread of COVID-19. Fortunately, however, thanks to many people who have joined us online, we were able to continue to host it without halt. As the COVID-19 pandemic recedes, international exchanges blossom again, and ALES celebrates its 10th anniversary this year. The Ministry of Government Legislation is looking to close chapter when it comes to legislative cooperation with Asian countries and move into a new chapter. The theme of today's symposium is legislative administration of each Asian countries and cooperation measures. This symposium will become a venue to come up with the measures to establish a multilateral body moving beyond the bilateral cooperation that has usually been carried out in Asian region. The Ministry of Government Legislation has also been focusing on bilateral cooperation with specific countries such as Indonesia, Thailand, Vietnam, and Laos attending today's event by signing a memorandum of understanding and sharing know-how for operation of legal information system and our legislative knowledge. These activities made it possible to expand understanding of each other, get lessons, and ensure mutual development. However, they have limitation in pursuing the win-win development of the Asian region from a long-term perspective. We are exploring ways to lay the foundation for Asian legislative organization to exchange and cooperate on a regular and stable basis. The establishment of the Consultative Group of Asian Legislative Bodies, it's a tentative name, is one of such ways. Through the Consultative Group, joint research and future changes in the field of legislation such as artificial intelligence and legal tech can be carried out, or public participation in the legislative procedures can be increased, and the opinions of executive branch can be reflected in the legislative procedures of the legislative branch for development of legislative administration. Know-hows for statutory examinations and interpretations and establishment and operation of legal information system can be shared with each other. It will be a great venue to ask each other questions about your work at any time. Issues such as how to establish a multilateral body where Asian legislative organization can exchange and cooperate regularly and stably, and how to promote the development of legislation in Asia will be discussed at today's symposium. And definitely, we can find a way to exchange our views to further develop the legislation in Asia. I'd like to extend once again my deepest gratitude to all of you joining us today at the event in person and virtually, and I wish you all health and happiness. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister Yeouido from the Korean Ministry of Government Legislation. After the pandemic, we are now going through an unprecedented era, and the Asian Legislative Discussion Council body, which is going to be a communication channel for all the Asian bodies involved. I think it's a great idea. And we are going to hear the welcoming remarks from President Han Young-soo from the Korean Legislative Research Institute. Please welcome President Han with a big hand.
예, 안녕하십니까?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Han Young-soo from KLRI. I would like to first of all thank the Ministry of Government Legislation for co-hosting this 11th Asian Legislative Expert Symposium. I would like to thank all the distinguished guests, and the Asian legislative experts who have visited this symposium to join us. I would like to thank and welcome you all. I sincerely hope that this meeting is going to be a great success, and I would like to thank Minister Lee Wang-kyu for giving us all the support we need for a successful symposium. But unfortunately, Minister Lee could not join us because of another important schedule. But on his behalf, we are joined by Vice Minister Kim Chang-bum, and I would like to thank him for joining us today. And today, we are joined by Secretary General Park Jong-ho from AFOCO, Minister Suarso Mono Arpa from the Indonesian Ministry of National Development and Planning. And joining us online is Pakin Niprapan, the Secretary General of the Office of the Council of States of Thailand. Thank you for joining us today. And we are joined by the legislative experts from Asian countries. From Mongolia, we are joined by Dean Arsamana. I'm sorry, I cannot pronounce his name properly, but Dean Amarsana Betbold from the National University of Mongolia School of Law, and Professor Murakami Nasako from Nagoya Graduate School, and Mr. Phang Thi Dung Nguyen from the Vietnam Academy of Social Sciences. I would like to thank the three professors for joining us today, and they are also the member of the Korean Legal Text Network operated by our research institute. They are our dear supporters and friends. It's such a great pleasure to meet them all here today. And today, for keynote presentation, we are going to hear from the Dean of KDI School of Public Policy and Management, Dean Yu Jong-il, and he will set the foundation for today's discussion with his keynote speech. Over the past 15 years, the Korea Legislative Research Institute and the Ministry of Government Legislation have been co-hosting the Asian Legislative Expert Symposium every year. Over the past decade, this symposium has brought the Asian legislative experts together to share our mutual experience and also pursue the solutions to some of our common challenges. So it's the 11th ALES Symposium, and the theme of this year is the legislative administration of each Asian country and cooperation measures. And based on the achievements of ALES so far, the Asian countries will look for diverse ways of communicating with each other. And Minister Lee Wang-kyu, in his opening remarks, have said that countries around the world are now facing rapidly changing policy environments. So in the face of such rapid changes, we need to respond with speed and agility, and the role of legislation is becoming increasingly important. And the international economies are being turned into blocks, and emergence of new technologies like AI and formidable challenges of climate change and global discussions for sustainable society. And in this kind of global dialogue and discussions, it's important that Asian countries express their voices and communicate their characteristics in their economy, society, and various aspects of our lives. In that regard, having a joint organization that can promote the cooperation of legislation among Asian countries is a very urgent challenge. Through today's symposium, I sincerely hope the Asian countries can look for ways for closer cooperation, closer communication through diverse measures for legislative cooperation. And we are going to have 2 sessions today. I look forward to invigorating and insightful discussions. I would like to thank everybody for joining us today. And Professor Park Jung-won from Kookmin University and Professor Lee Gu-kyun from Handong University and our Vice President from our Legislative Institute and Director Lee Young-jin from the Ministry of Government Legislation, all the speakers and panelists, thank you very much. Last but not least, I would like to thank all the staff members from our research institute and the Ministry of Government Legislation for working so hard to put together a successful symposium. I wish you the best of luck and the best of health in all of your endeavors. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much, Vice President. President Han Young-soo from the Korea Legislative Research Institute for reminding us the importance of communication and why we are gathered together. Now we are going to hear congratulatory remarks, first from Secretary General Park Jong-ho of Asia Forest Cooperation Organization. Please welcome him with a big hand.
안녕하십니까.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Honorable Kim Chang-bum, Ministry of Government Legislation, Minister Suharso Mono Arpa, Ministry of National Development Planning, Secretary General Paron Nail Treptunt, the Office of the Council State, President Han Young-soo of Korea Legislation Research Institute, Dean Yu Jong-il of KDI School, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon. I'm Executive Director Park Jong-ho of Asian Forest Cooperation Organization. On behalf of AFOCO, it is my honor and pleasure to thank you for this opportunity and to extend my congratulations. The theme of this year's meeting of Asian ALES is Legislative Administrations of Each Asian Countries and Cooperation Measures. I hope that today's meeting will be an opportunity to share the various experiences of Asian countries in legislative administration and discuss ways to develop together through exchanges. APOCO is the official name, and based on the MOU, it is a treaty-based international organization. Korea's historically lush forests were devastated by Japanese colonial explorations and the Korean War. The Republic of Korea is recognized internationally as the only country in the whole world to have simultaneously achieved remarkable economic development and forestry success since the late 20th century. APOCO was established to share Korea's best practices and experiences to help member countries respond to climate change and contribute to the global goal of sustainable development through forest cooperation tailored to their needs. At the ASEAN-Korea Commemorative Summit held in 2009, the Korean proposal to establish the organization led the discussions with the 10 ASEAN countries and later to signing of an agreement to expand the membership to all of Asia. We even got approval from the National Assembly. Total of 14 countries are the member of APOCO, and the membership fees are the budget and also Korean government mostly provide administrative cost. In the process of establishing APOCO, there were some difficulties, but as an international organization involving many countries, the legal system played a major role in establishing a systematic and stable organization. We hope that APOCO will be recorded as a good example of legal cooperation in Asian region as a treaty-based international organization. We hope that Asian Legislative Expert Symposium will be a valuable forum for discussing ways and means of legal exchange and cooperation between legal professionals from Korea and Asian countries. We hope that we can contribute to exploring practical alternatives. APOCO deeply appreciates the continued efforts and dedication of the Korean government and commends the efforts of the ministries and experts involved in each country's legal system. We believe that the establishment of a systematic legal framework in each country will contribute to stable international relations. Thanks to our achievement for the first time, we got $50 million investment from Rabobank of the Netherlands. The investment will be funded for the Kyrgyzstan and Vietnam and other countries' mountain building fund. And the investment will also be funded by contribution from Microsoft, the Bill Gates Foundation. Well, numerous international organizations are being into establishment, and we need to receive a good we receive fund, and I sincerely believe that APOCO can be a good example. Once again, I'd like to congratulate the successful opening of the 11th Asian Legislative Export Symposium, and thank you so much for joining us today. And we are joined by Minister and also the Vice Minister of the Ministry of Government Legislations and President of the KLRI, and thank you so much.
사무총장
Thank you very much, Secretary General Park Jong-ho from APOCO. We would like to thank you all for joining us today and sharing your best wishes for the symposium with us. And we are now going to ask Minister Suharto Mono Arfa from the Indonesian Ministry of National Development Planning to give us the congratulatory remarks. Please welcome the minister with a big hand.
Excellencies, Minister of Government Legislation of the Republic of Korea, President of the Korean Legal Research Institute, Secretary General of the Asian Republic of Korea Forest Cooperation, Dean of the KDI School of Public Policy and Management, representative from Laos, Vietnam, Mongolia, Japan, fellow representative of the Republic of Indonesia, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. A very good afternoon. It is an honor for me to represent the government of the Republic of Indonesia and be among all of you at this important forum. During this opportunity, allow me to congratulate the Ministry of Government Legislation of the Republic of Korea and the Korean Legislation Research Institute for hosting the 11th Asian Legislative Expert Symposium, ALEST. And I would also like to convey the government of the Republic of Indonesia utmost appreciation for the pivotal role ALEST has played since 2013 in fostering cooperation among Asian countries to improve legislative development. The government of the Republic of Indonesia recognizes that effective regulation enables government to move towards long-term sustainability in the pursuit of national objectives. Thus, in achieving our development agenda, we have included the establishment of a single regulatory agency, regulatory simplification, and the strengthening of regulatory governance through technology and information as key component in the 2024 Indonesian National Medium-Term Development Plan. These policies will also become national priority in 2025 to 2045 National Long-Term Development Plan and the 2025 to 2029 National Medium-Term Development Plan. I would also like to highlight the remarkable example shared by the Ministry of Government Legislation of the Republic of Korea that has consistently worked towards harmonizing norms and creating a conducive environment for business and innovation. MOLEC and the Korean Legal Research Institute have created a platform where countries can exchange experience and best practices in the development of laws and systems, especially in regard to legislative progress. This accomplishment is a reminder of how imperative it is for us to work towards creating regulatory frameworks that are agile, responsive, and adaptable to the evolving needs of our societies. This year, the Symposium takes on the theme Asia as One, Legislative Cooperation for Co-Prosperity. This topic is highly relevant as multinational cooperation for regulatory issues is necessary in facing global challenges such as new technology and digitization that know no jurisdictional boundaries. One of the OECD's recommendations in its legal instrument, the recommendation of the Council on International Regulatory Cooperation to tackle global challenges, is to cooperate internationally through the development and diffusion of good practices and innovation in regulatory policy and governance. To achieve this, we must establish and maintain good cooperation in Asia. With great enthusiasm, the government of the Republic of Indonesia welcomes game-changing innovation to work on together in the future. I fully trust that this forum will enrich us with useful information and wish for a very productive session ahead of us. I do thank you.
고맙습니다.
Thank you very much, Minister. Asia as One and legislative cooperation for co-prosperity this symposium is going to be a very meaningful platform for the participating Asian countries. And we would like to listen to the last congratulatory remarks by Secretary General Park Nail Trepant from the Thai Office of the Council of States.
สวัสดีครับเรียนท่านอีวันกิวรัฐมนตรีประจำกระทรวงกฎหมายของรัฐบาลท่านฮันยองซูประธานสถาบันวิจัยกฎหมายแห่งเกาหลีท่านผู้อภิปรายแขกผู้มีเกียรติสุภาพสตรีและสุภาพบุรุษทุกท่านนับเป็นเกียรติแก่กับผมอย่างมากที่ได้มีส่วนร่วมและได้รับโอกาสในการกล่าวแสดงความยินดีสำหรับการประชุม The Asian Legislative Expert Symposium ครั้งที่ 11 ในปีนี้กระผมในฐานะตัวแทนของสำนักงานคณะกรรมการกฤษฎีกาขอแสดงความยินดีต่อกระทรวงกฎหมายของรัฐบาลและสถาบันวิจัยแห่งเกาหลีสำหรับการจัดประชุม ALS ในครั้งนี้เป็นที่รู้กันว่า ALS เป็นเวทีประชุมทางวิชาการทางกฎหมายอันทรงเกียรติที่ผู้เชี่ยวชาญจากหลายประเทศเข้าร่วมแบ่งปันความรู้และประสบการณ์อันมีค่าสำนักงานคณะกรรมการกฤษฎีกาเองได้มีส่วนร่วมในการประชุมนี้มาตั้งแต่ปี 2016 เป็นต้นมาโดยมีส่วนร่วมในรูปแบบต่างๆทั้งในฐานะผู้สังเกตการณ์ผู้เข้าร่วมประชุมและผู้เข้าร่วมอภิปรายซึ่งรวมถึงการส่งผู้เข้าร่วมอภิปรายในการประชุม ALS ครั้งที่ 10 ใน ในปีที่ผ่านมาด้วยสำนักงานคณะกรรมการกฤษฎีกาในฐานะที่เป็นหุ้นส่วนความร่วมมือกับกระทรวงกฎหมายของรัฐบาลและสถาบันวิจัยแห่งกฎหมายแห่งเกาหลีภายใต้บันทึกความเข้าใจที่มีร่วมกันมาเป็นเวลานานขอเน้นย้ำอีกครั้งถึงความยินดีของพวกเรานะครับที่มีต่อการจัดประชุมในครั้งนี้ในปัจจุบันประเทศต่างๆทั่วโลกกำลังเผชิญปัญหาความท้าทายที่มีลักษณะร่วมกันหลายประการเช่นปัญหาสภาพภูมิอากาศที่ทวีความรุนแรงมากขึ้นปัญหาความขัดแย้งในเชิงภูมิรัฐศาสตร์ที่ขยายวงกว้างจากระดับทวิภาคีไปสู่ระดับภูมิภาคและท้ายที่สุดอาจจะลุกลามไปสู่ระดับโลกได้รวมไปถึงการเตรียมความพร้อมเพื่อการเปลี่ยนผ่านเข้าสู่ยุคดิจิทัลอย่างเต็มรูปแบบกระผมมีความเชื่อมั่นว่าเราสามารถรับมือกับความท้าทายเหล่านี้ได้ด้วยการสร้างเครือข่ายความร่วมมือและการกระชับความสัมพันธ์อย่างมีประสิทธิภาพการจัดให้มีเวทีการอภิปรายและแลกเปลี่ยนประสบการณ์ด้านนโยบายและแนวทางแก้ไขปัญหาในมุมมองทางด้านกฎหมายของประเทศต่างๆในภูมิภาคเอเชียดังเช่นที่โมเลกและ KLRI ร่วมกันจัดการประชุม ALS นี้เป็นตัวอย่างอันดีเยี่ยมของการสร้างเครือข่ายความร่วมมือระหว่างประเทศเพื่อพัฒนาองค์ความรู้และตระเตรียมเพื่อรองรับกับความท้าทายต่างๆการจัดประชุม ALS ครั้งที่ 10 ที่ผ่านมาภายใต้หัวข้อหลักยุคสมัยแห่งดิจิทัลระบบข้อมูลกฎหมายของแต่ละประเทศในอาเซียนและมาตรการในการพัฒนาแสดงให้เห็นถึงวิสัยทัศน์ของผู้จัดที่ตระหนักถึงความสำคัญของการเตรียมข้อมูลกฎหมายเพื่อเปลี่ยนผ่านเข้าสู่ระบบดิจิทัลการประชุมนี้จึงเป็นเครือข่ายที่เปิดโอกาสให้ประเทศในเอเชียได้แลกเปลี่ยนมุมมองทางนโยบายและทิศทางการพัฒนาระบบกฎหมายทั้งในส่วนที่มีการดำเนินการอยู่ในปัจจุบันและแผนงานเป้าหมายในอนาคตอันเป็นประโยชน์อย่างยิ่งต่อทุกฝ่ายที่เกี่ยวข้องกระผมจึงอยากเน้นย้ำความสำคัญของความร่วมมือระหว่างประเทศซึ่งมีบทบาทสำคัญสำหรับพวกเราในประเทศเอเชียที่จะบรรลุถึงเป้าหมายความเจริญรุ่งเรืองร่วมกันสำหรับการประชุม ALS ครั้งที่ 11 กระผมมีความปรับปลื้มกับหัวข้อหลักการประชุมในปีนี้เอเชียเป็นอันหนึ่งอันเดียวกันมาตรการความร่วมมือทางนิติบัญญัติเพื่อความเจริญร่วมรุ่งเรืองร่วมกันการได้มีโอกาสแลกเปลี่ยนและพูดคุยกันถึงข้อมูลนโยบายประสบการณ์และแนวทางปฏิบัติของแต่ละประเทศจะทำให้เราได้รับความรู้บนฐานของการศึกษาเปรียบเทียบอีกทั้งยังช่วยขยายมุมมองและวิสัยทัศน์ของเราให้เปิดกว้างขึ้นด้วยความรู้ที่ได้รับจากการประชุมนี้จะเป็นแหล่งอ้างอิงอันมีค่าทั้งต่อผู้จัดทำนโยบายผู้ร่างกฎหมายนักวิชาการเจ้าหน้าที่ผู้ปฏิบัติงานในหน่วยงานของรัฐตลอดจนทุกคนที่เข้าร่วมรับฟังนอกจากนี้การประชุมครั้งนี้ยังเอื้อต่อการส่งเสริมความร่วมมือทางด้านนิติบัญญัติระหว่างกันและการกระชับความสัมพันธ์ของประเทศในเอเชียให้มีความแน่นแฟ้นมากยิ่งขึ้นทุกท่านในฐานะตัวแทนของสำนักงานคณะกรรมการกฤษฎีกากระผมมีความชื่นชมยินดีเป็นอย่างยิ่งต่อกระทรวงกฎหมายของรัฐบาลและสถาบันวิจัยกฎหมายแห่งเกาหลีสำหรับการจัดการประชุม ALS อันทรงคุณค่านี้และมีความมั่นใจอย่างแรงกล้าว่าผลของการประชุมภายใต้หัวข้อหลักในปีนี้จะเป็นการเปิดเส้นทางสำหรับความร่วมมือทางด้านนิติบัญญัติระหว่างประเทศในเอเชียให้กว้างขวางยิ่งขึ้นและนำไปสู่ความเจริญรุ่งเรืองร่วมกันอย่างเป็นน้ำหนึ่งใจเดียวกันในการนี้กระผมมุ่งหวังเป็นอย่างยิ่งว่าสำนักงานคณะกรรมการกฤษฎีกาจะได้มีส่วนร่วมในการประชุม The Asian Legislative Expert Symposium อย่างต่อเนื่องต่อไปสุดท้ายนี้กระผมขอแสดงความขอบคุณท่านอีวันกิวรัฐมนตรีประจำกระทรวงกฎหมายของรัฐบาลและท่านฮันยองซูประธานสถาบันวิจัยกฎหมายแห่งเกาหลีที่ให้เกียรติสำนักงานคณะกรรมการกฤษฎีกาได้มีส่วนร่วมใน The Asian Legislative Expert Symposium ประจำปีนี้กระผมขออวยพรให้การประชุมประสบความสำเร็จเป็นอย่างดีตามที่ได้ตั้งใจไว้ และขออำนวยอวยพรให้ทุกท่านมีความสุขและมีสุขภาพพลานามัยที่สมบูรณ์แข็งแรงขอบคุณครับ
네.
Thank you very much, Secretary General Pakonai Trepant. And he has congratulated this symposium and he shared his wishes for the successful symposium. Thank you very much. We would like to move on to the keynote presentation, which is titled The Wealth of Asia, Some Thoughts on the Role of Legislation. Dean Yoo Jong-il of KDI School of Public Policy and Management, please welcome him to the stage.
Good afternoon, everybody. It's a great honor and privilege for me to address this wonderful and very important gathering, the 11th Asian Legislative Experts Symposium. I'm thankful to the host of this symposium for giving me this honorable opportunity. I must confess I regretted having agreed to do this as I set out to prepare my speech, because I'm an economist, no expertise on legal matters, so I decided to talk about what I know best, economics. But I'm lucky because the theme of this symposium is Asia's co-prosperity as one. And that has something to do with economics. And it is a goal that is very dear to my heart. The title of my speech is The Wealth of Asia, which I'm sure you have figured out is an allusion to The Wealth of Nations, the famous book masterpiece by Adam Smith. I chose to revisit Adam Smith because I believe, not because he's going to offer the cutting-edge knowledge about how to, navigate the world of artificial intelligence and so on, but I believe we need to go back to the basics in times like today, times of crises, wars, and profound changes, times of unravelings and uncertainties. Another thing that is advised in such times is to get together and talk to each other and benefit from our collective intelligence, which is precisely what we are doing today. So I start with some key insights from The Wealth of Nations. We are pretty familiar with the invisible hand, the famous exposition of the market mechanism, and the parable of the pin factory, with which Adam Smith starts his book, the equally well-known illustration of how division of labor increases productivity. In The Wealth of Nations, Adam Smith tried to answer the most basic question in economics: why some countries are rich and others poor. His answer, in a nutshell, is as follows. A country's income depends upon the productivity of its labor force, which in turn depends on specialization and division of labor, as illustrated by the parable of the pin factory. The specialization and division of labor are in turn driven by exchange and limited by the extent of the market, according to his expression. Therefore, in reverse order, when the market is larger and better developed, specialization and the division of labor will be more advanced, and as a result, the productivity of workers will be greater, which means the country will be richer. This argument on the role of the market and the division of labor is deservedly well known. However, there is an equally, if not more, important insight underlying this story. That is, the true wealth of a nation, what really makes a country rich, is the productivity of its workforce, rather than the gold reserves or other stocks of valuable stuff. That is what a country can produce at the present or any given time is more important than what has been accumulated from the past, which can easily evaporate by overconsumption or misguided investment. Actually, Adam Smith's work was a polemic against the dominant prevailing wisdom of the day, which was called mercantilism. Mercantilism is an economic practice that was prevailing at the time, by which governments sought to accumulate wealth in the form of bullion, gold or silver, by making sure that exports exceed imports. You generate trade surplus, and you get paid by gold from other countries, and you accumulate more gold reserves in the vault, and then you think you are rich. Of course, the kings would use that to wage wars and engage in luxury consumption. But Adam Smith says, no, no, no. That's not how a country becomes a truly wealthy country. It's the productivity of its labor force. For Adam Smith, there is no difference between domestic exchange and international trade in terms of fostering efficient division of labor and thereby increasing productivity. If a foreign country can produce something at a lower cost than the home country, it's better to import it and use the labor that would have been used to produce it for the production of other goods that the home country can produce at a lower cost, more efficiently, that is. Limiting trade in an attempt to increase trade surplus, like mercantilism, will only limit the extent of the market and end up making the country poorer. Of course, we know the real world is more complicated than this simple story. We economists talk about market failures that call for government interventions or other non-market mechanisms. Even Adam Smith recognized the need for government to regulate against monopolies and protect the poor. Likewise, there may be good reasons to diverge from a complete free trade to some extent. However, both historical experience and empirical evidence prove that in general, free markets and free trade bring about prosperity. And suppressing markets and trade leads to poverty. There can be no doubt. What does this have to do with legislation? Adam Smith, after explaining the role of the market and the division of labor, asked the follow-up question: why are some countries able to take advantage of this principle and others not? His less well-known answer to this important question was tolerable administration of justice, quote unquote. What he meant by this was that the development of a market economy required establishment of a legal system to protect private property and enforce contracts, because otherwise people would have no motive to be industrious if you can use your force to rob others and so on. Actually, many of you, all of you know the wealth of nations. And many of you, I'm sure, know that before writing The Wealth of Nations, he wrote The Moral Sentiment. And he was planning to write another book after The Wealth of Nations. Professor Masako, of course, knows this. Jurisprediction was a book that he wanted to write, didn't finish. What he meant, this view has been highlighted by the modern discipline of institutional economics and well supported by recent empirical studies. In the modern view, we consider not only property rights, but basic human rights and political rights as necessary elements for a sound institutional foundation of a market economy. The role of legislation in enabling prosperity of a country, as expounded by Adam Smith, also provides us a clue to the secret of how competition among individuals to advance their own self-interest can serve the society, can be a good for the society. That is how market competition becomes a method by which members of a society achieves flexible and large-scale cooperation that Yuval Harari argues is the essence of human superiority over other animals. If individuals are allowed to cheat, rob, or exploit others in order to advance their own interests, competition among individuals to advance their self-interest will turn into the Hobbesian war of all against all, and we'll end up with barbarism, misery, and poverty. The reason why market competition can be a force for social good is that only a certain kind of competition, what is sometimes called scramble competition in economics, is allowed. That is, in the marketplace, you compete by offering more value at a lower cost than others to attract your potential counterparts in transactions. Thus, competition fosters efficiency, better uses of resources, and innovation, better ways to generate value. Ideally, market competition is always a positive-sum game, a win-win game. There are, of course, temptations to cheat, rob, or exploit others as a way to increase profits easily or extraordinary levels. This kind of competition, that is to gain by taking away from others, turns into a negative-sum game in which social value is destroyed. Legislation that prevents this kind of destructive competition and promotes positive, constructive competition is therefore a precondition for the development of a market economy. Essentially, the same logic can be applied to international trade. It promotes efficiency and innovation by expanding the extent and scope of the market beyond national borders. It's a win-win for countries involved in trade, as long as there is no cheating, robbing, or exploitation. In other words, a fair and free trade is good for all countries. An important caveat in this case, though, is that within the countries, there might be winners and losers. And therefore, it is necessary to compensate the losers to sustain popular support for open trade. Let us now talk a little bit about Asian prosperity. And to do that, take a moment to look at the economic history of Asia in its simplest manner. That is, the evolution of the share of Asia in the world output. According to widely accepted estimates, in the year 1700, 320 years ago, Asia produced more than 60% of the global economic output. We all know what happened later. With the coming of the Industrial Revolution, European share of the global economy increased substantially. And then, as Europeans settled and industrialized the Western Hemisphere, the Americas' share rose as well. At the same time, much of Asia fell victim to the Western imperialism, which had a terrible effect on their economies. Consequently, Asia's share of world output shrunk massively, reaching the low point of below 20% around 1950. Since then, especially over the past 30 years, Asia staged a massive comeback. According to the McKinsey Global Institute report, Asia on the cusp of a new era, published just a month ago, Asia accounted for 42% of the world GDP. 2.5 times increase from the bottom. Asia's share in the world trade was even more impressive, reaching 53% of global goods trade in 2021. This simple account of Asia's fall and rise begs important questions. First, why did the Industrial Revolution happen in Europe rather than in Asia, which had more advanced manufacturing, science, and technology than Europe 500 years ago? I do not have any expertise nor time to delve into this difficult issue. But I do think that the role of markets in spurring specialization and innovation was an important factor. The second question raised by the story of Asia's fall and rise is why the mostly free trade between the Western imperial powers and the colonized Asia did not have the salutary effect on the Asian economies. The answer lies in the absence of tolerable administration of justice in the colonies. There were rampant pillages and exploitations as the rights of the colonial subjects, their property rights, human rights, and political rights were totally suppressed, unprotected. Finally, we may ask, why has Asia been coming back to reclaim its share in the world economy since the second half of the 20th century? The answer is again simple. As Asian countries gained independence, there was great progress towards tolerable administration of justice, and they began to grow rapidly as they opened up their markets. The Asian comeback is actually a part of a bigger story of the convergence in the world economy, that is, the narrowing of income differences between rich and poor countries. Although it is true that developing Asia, especially East Asia, grew significantly faster than other parts of the developing world. Evidence shows that the strength of this convergence is correlated with the spread of trade globally, which is totally consistent with the insights of Adam Smith. In fact, Smith actually foresaw all this 250 years ago. I'll give you some quotes from his own writings from The Wealth of Nations. Speaking of the effects of the colonial trade, Smith observed that, quote, their general tendency would seem to be beneficial. To the natives, however, dreadful misfortunes have arisen from the superiority of force on the side of the Europeans that enabled them to commit with impunity every sort of injustice. He then goes on to speculate that, quote, the natives of those countries may grow stronger and arrive at the equality of courage and force, which, by inspiring mutual fear, can turn the injustice of independent nations into some sort of respect for the rights of one another. What a prediction. He further suggests, this is important, quote, but nothing seems more likely to establish this equality of force than the mutual communication of knowledge like this, which an extensive commerce from all countries to all countries naturally, or rather necessarily, carries along with it. Today, we are witnessing a resurgence of mercantilism and protectionism, often wrapped in the euphemistic rhetoric of resilience, trusted trade, friendshoring, etc., and sometimes blatantly justified as an act of geopolitical competition. I do not deny, as I mentioned above, that there may be various instances of market failures and some divergence from free trade may be warranted. What we see today, however, is much more than limited interventions of such technical nature. It is a serious reversal of the previous trend toward freer trade, greater integration. This reversal began after the global financial crisis of 2008-9, as public support for globalization waned amid populist backlashes, as we all know, Brexit, Trump, etc. This unfortunate turn was a result of inadequacies in sharing the benefits and compensating the losses rather than inherent problems of globalization. COVID-19 was another big shock for the global trade. More recently, the new trend toward protectionism is accelerating in the name of geopolitical competition. Restricting international trade in order to augment state power at the expense of other countries is precisely the definition of mercantilism that leads to poverty rather than prosperity. Mercantilism turns international relations into a win-lose game among countries and collectively a negative-sum game. This is a great threat to peace and prosperity for Asia and the world. To conclude, I propose that we Asians who have benefited the most from open trade should come together to resist protectionism and mercantilism and to promote an open system of fair and free trade. In this spirit, I suggest that we deliberate on how legislation can underpin and strengthen open markets and open trade in Asia and beyond. Thank you very much for your attention.
네, 고맙습니다. 우리 유종일 원장님.
Thank you very much, Dean Yoo Jong-il, for the wonderful keynote speech on how best we can promote and go forward in promoting legislative cooperation. And he has shared the Adam Smith foundational theory. This concludes the opening ceremony of today's symposium. And we are going to take group photos with the distinguished guests and the speakers of this symposium. I would like to invite the panelist speakers and distinguished guests to take their stand on the stage for commemorative photo session.
안내에 따라서 조심히 무대 쪽으로 자리를.
So please come to the stage for the photo session.
네, 지금 자리를 정렬 중이고요.
Ladies and gentlemen, please line up on the stage for the commemorative stage. And those of you who are lined on the third row, please try to stand between the people in front of you so that we can see your face.
Please clap your hands. 네, 박수 치는 포즈로 한번 가보겠습니다. 네, 파이팅 포즈 한번 가볼게요. 자, 제가 하나, 둘, 셋 외쳐보겠습니다. 하나, 둘, 셋, 파이팅! 네, 고맙습니다. 이것으로 기념.
This concludes the commemorative photo session. And please go back to your seats.
드리겠습니다. 네, 저희 개회식 이렇게 진행을 했.
So we have concluded the opening ceremony for the Asia Legislative Expert Symposium, and we have now taken the commemorative photo session. Before we move on to the next session, we are going to have a coffee break. And after the break,
네, 아시아 각국의 법제 교류.
we are going to have session 1 for sharing bilateral legislative cooperative experiences and improvement measures. So please join us until the very end of this symposium. And if you haven't signed your name on at the reception desk, please do so during the coffee break. And we'll see you again shortly. And those of you who are joining us on YouTube, please come back for the next session.
네, 어떻게 휴식은 잘 취하셨는지요? 이제
Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you have enjoyed your coffee break. We'll go into the first session. Through the first session, we'll be addressing sharing bilateral legislative cooperation experiences and improvement measures. Let me introduce the first presenter. Director Lee Young-jin from the Ministry of Government Legislation will make a presentation under the title of the Legal Information System Project. He will be making a presentation. Please welcome Director Lee Young-jin.
네, 안녕하십니까.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Director Lee Young-jin from the Ministry of Government Legislation, and I'm responsible for Korean Legal Text Information System Management. It's a great honor for me to share the overview of Korea's law information system, and I look forward to in-depth discussions about this topic. So let me start my presentation. First of all, I would like to talk about the Korea's law information system that we are currently operating and introduce you to one of the overseas cases for building law information system, and then also share my opinion about the outlook of overseas law information system support project. The Korea's law information system is designed to ensure public's right to know information about laws, and in relations with artificial intelligence, we are trying to generate responses that the users expect. Korea's National Law Information System in 2020 has been expanded the focus from the current laws and court precedents to administrative laws, local laws, and regulations. The Korea Law Information System currently includes the law and precedents, cases, and the local laws, and we have 58,000 information. And you can also get the mobile application downloaded, and you can always have access to the related laws and information. If you're curious, you can search for Korea law and get the application downloaded right now. And Korea's National Law Information System is used by 780,000 people per day, and every day 1.9 million clicks to the sites are registered. In detail, we provide law-related information services, search services, and various precedent and the government's interpretation, new ordinance. We provide all the information in link, and we provide smart search services using mobile apps. So as for the detail, please refer to my booklet. Let me move on to the second part of my presentation, which is about the Myanmar Law Information System Development Project. The first case is, as I said, Myanmar Law Information System Building Project that started in 2015 with an investment of $3.91 million in total. The purpose was to nurture a workforce in the legislative sector in Myanmar. And the PMC consulting services were provided by the Ministry of Government Legislation and established the master plan and system development. In October 2015, Myanmar Ministry and KOICA has signed RD, And in 2016, EPR and ISP has started for this project. In May of 2018, Myanmar Law Information System has been completed, and through the Korean government organization, we have provided the maintenance services. Out of the total budget, it includes the cost of establishing mid to long-term system and the cost of developing the Myanmar Law Information System and the training program for the government officials for the related ministry in Myanmar. And currently, we have developed the database for 9,000 information, which is double the initial scope that we planned, and it has taken more time than we had expected. But the project has been deemed successful and concluded in time. As you can see on the screen, this is the output, the screenshot from the Myanmar Law Information System, which is similar to the format of the Korean National Law Information System. And for each ministry, area, and time period, we provide this kind of information. Next is the mobile app screenshots for MLIS. It provides Myanmar language support and also language support for foreigners. In 2018, May, pilot services were launched, and since then, the number of visitors to MLIS has continued to increase, and as of the first half of 2023, the number of MLIS users exceeded 2 million people. And in the midsection of the right hand, we decided to show the advertisement for promotion, not just the number of users, but through MLIS, the number of search on MLIS has increased significantly. Per visit, they seem to make 2 or 3 reference to the law information. There has been a lot of quantitative achievement based on the rule of law. The firm foundation has been laid, and between Korea and Myanmar, there has been tangible achievements and progress in creating actual bilateral cooperation. Through such law, we are exploring a new law system in Myanmar, and there are many expected effects of this project. This is the pictures from the activities. This is the system training for Myanmar legislators and Myanmar ministers and Myanmar regional police chiefs and Myanmar attorney generals. And this is the promotional booth for the Myanmar government's conference system. And many people have learned about Myanmar government's law information system. Of course, there will be room for improvement. There should be more active promotion of this system so that more Myanmar citizens can make use of this system, and maintenance and update of the information system is important, and technical personnel should be trained to provide the services. And second is the Indonesian project. And in September last year, KOICA and Indonesian government signed the RD, and until 2028, $8.5 million will be invested to strengthen the responsibility for information through improved administrative efficiency of public officers in Indonesia. And this will improve public accessibility to law information in Indonesia. The details will be delivered by head Eric Mario, but I will just talk about the key points about this. The central government of Indonesia had a strong will to propose the improvement of law and law system and has provided the mid to long-term national plan. When the Indonesian president visited Korea, he had signed the MOU between the Ministry of Government Legislation of Korea and Indonesia. And the Indonesian government showed strong interest and will. And so far, we have made a lot of progress, and over the next planned phase, the related plan will be completed to build the complete and efficient Indonesian law information system. Next is the consulting project for law information system in Vietnam. And in August of this year, COICA has selected this project as a temporary audit project, and until this minute, our ministry personnel are in Hanoi in Vietnam to look at the legislative process and law information system in Vietnam. We are just taking the first step now, and I look forward to continued interest and support from the related ministry from Korea and Vietnam. In June of this year, Korean President Yoon Suk-yeol had visited Vietnam and upgraded the partnership between the two countries to strategic comprehensive partners. So I'm sure this will lay the ground for even tighter cooperation with Vietnam. Let's now talk about room for improvement and then future prospects. The Korean Ministry of Government Legislation has started the overseas support project less than 10 years ago, and no projects other than Myanmar and Indonesia have been completed. However, we should be considered that it has been less than 10 years, and during this period, we have made a lot of progress in some of the countries. So regarding the bilateral cooperation system, they were mainly done in the bilateral system. And capacity building programs and executing organizations and recipient country system maintenance, these are activities that can be done at a more wider and comprehensive basis, but we have taken bilateral approach for some of the projects that can be done on a wider basis, so that there is room for improving effectiveness and efficiency in some of the methodologies that we have applied in the past. We should refer and respect the diverse requirements of the recipient countries and focus on the common areas of interest to build bilateral as well as multilateral framework for cooperation. After building such framework for cooperation, we will have to continue to communicate with the related countries and continue to build on the momentum for implementation. And after the completion of the project, we need to share the experience of this project. Currently, the Ministry of Legislation and my department, with one single person, we are managing everything. And if we can build multilateral cooperation mechanism, we need stronger organizations and resources that can support such multilateral cooperation. Last but not least, we thought that laws are always boring and strict and difficult to understand. All citizens around the world tend to think laws are difficult to understand as well. On this continuum, we have to look for the ways for the public to understand the laws in the easiest manner possible and try to help them understand the legal text. So that should be a challenge that our center is trying to look for breakthrough. And through the intelligent search services that we are providing now, we are going to look for the best ways and vocabularies to use, and the questions can also be used for searching the legal text, and that services will be offered in the second half of next year. And one more step, since 2026, on top of the legal text, we are going to also offer detailed legislative information so that every citizen in Korea can understand the law and have easy access to all the legal information system through the generative AI services. So Korea Law Information System has built a lot of experience and success in this area. In this area of AI, the Ministry of Government Legislation will stay committed to working with various countries and regions in Asia. Thank you very much for your attention.
네, 고맙습니다. 이영진 팀장님께서 법제처 해외 법령 정보 시스템 지원 사업의 전망을 주제로 발표를 해주셨습니다. 보다 국민이 쉽게 법률 서비스를 이용할 수 있도록 하는 그런 이야기, 또 앞으로의 또 계획에 대한 이야기 들어볼 수가 있었습니다. 고맙습니다. 네, 이어서 인도네시아 내각 사무처 에릭 마리오 과장님께서 대한민국 인도네시아 양국 간 입법 협력, 경험 공유 및 개선 방안을 주제로 발표를 해 주시겠습니다. 자, 그러면 에릭 마리오 과장님을 무대로 모시겠습니다. 여러분 힘찬 박수로 맞이해 주십시오.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. Your Excellency, Mr. Lee Kuan-kyu, Minister of Government Legislation of the Republic of Korea, Mr. Yong So-han, Mr. Suharto Monoarfa, Mr. Pakorn Neil Prapun, Mr. Gandhi Sulistianto, and all the speakers, discussants, and participants of the 11th Asian Legislative Expert Symposium. My name is Eric Mario, Head of Division for Law for the Cabinet Secretariat of the Republic of Indonesia, also known as SETCAP. It is a great honor and privilege for me to be invited to speak at the 11th Asian Legislative Expert Symposium. On behalf of SETCAP, I would like to thank Molek and everyone who is involved in organizing this very important event. Today, I'm going to discuss a topic that has been assigned to me on bilateral legislative cooperation between Indonesia and Korea. My presentation is structured into 4 parts. First, I will start with a brief overview of Indonesia-Korea bilateral relations, followed by the second part of presentation on the making of the legislative cooperation between SETCAP and MOLEC. For the third part, I will share with you the implementation of the Capability Building Program 2023, which is facilitated by KOICA, and in the final part, I will talk about experiences, feedback, and suggestions for the continuous SETCAP-MOLEC legislative cooperation in the coming years. Part 1, Indonesia-Korea bilateral relations. The relationship between Indonesia and Korea is stronger and deeper now than at any time in its 50 years history since 1973. Since being upgraded to a special strategic partnership in 2017, significant progress has already been made, which has focuses on 4 aspects of cooperation: strengthening of strategic cooperation, enhancing economic cooperation for co-prosperity, promoting people-to-people exchanges, and strengthening regional and global cooperation. Part 2, legislative cooperation between SETCAP and MOLEC. The legislative cooperation between SETCAP and MOLEC was initiated by SETCAP, considering that Indonesia has a need to undertake regulatory reform agenda part 2. That is to evaluate, organize, and simplify the existing Indonesian regulations, which are increasingly experiencing obesity, unsynchronization, and overlapping. The Regulatory Reform Part 2 was instructed by President Yeouido in 2017, and SETCAP made a follow-up by conducting a series of focus group discussion and national seminar in 2018. One of the recommendations suggests that in order to address regulatory problems at home, Indonesian government should undertake a comparative study and learn from other countries' success story and best practices to manage their own regulation making. To overcome regulatory problem, it is necessary for Indonesian government to establish a single-centered body to become the leading sector in the regulation making. Korea was considered fit for this particular purpose for a number of reasons. Because Korea implements a one-gate policy in the regulation making through MOLEC. Korea also develops the National Information Law Center and the World Laws Information Center to make the legislation products accessible for everyone by using the internet. MOLEC of Korea is also responsible for the planning of government legislation making, coordinating intergovernment agencies to resolve the differences in interpretation of regulatory products, and disseminating information about regulations passed by the government. With these considerations, SETCAP and MOLEC agreed to cooperate in the field of legislation with the signing of Memorandum of Understanding on Cooperation between the Cabinet Secretariat of the Republic of Indonesia and the Ministry of Government Legislation of the Republic of Korea on September 10, 2018 in Seoul by the two ministers. Plan of action was also made to implement the MOU. POA 2020 and 2021 stated three main programs, namely programs regarding the establishment of a single center body, capacity building of officials or employees, and the establishment of a legislation information system in Indonesia. Both parties held multiple meetings also with COICA, a 3-month internship of MOLEC official located at SETCAP, a series of research discussion between SETCAP, Korean Legislation Research Institute or KLRI, and Korea Institute of Public Administration or KIPA, participation in ALES annual symposium, and organizing 5 working level seminars during the global pandemic. POA 2022 to 2024 agreed on the 3 main programs, namely on the process of drafting ministerial or head of agency regulations, developing human resource capabilities in drafting ministerial or head of agency regulations, and establishing an information system for ministerial or head of agency regulations. In the second POA, the program is more focused on the handling of draft regulations of ministers of heads of agencies, because in Presidential Regulation number 68 of 2021, SETCAP has been given a new task to provide recommendations for presidential approval of draft regulations of ministers or heads of agencies. The activities carried out to support the program are Directors General's meeting, joint seminar, continued participation in ALES, and designing a training program for SETCAP officials under the theme of Capability Building Program for Legislative System Improvement in Indonesia. Part 3, the 2023 implementation of the Capability Building Program for Legislative Improvement in Indonesia. The Capability Building Program, first batch in 2023, was a tailor-made training for SETCAP officials, designed and facilitated by MOLEC and COICA from 16 to 22 July 2023 at the COICA ICC Government Legislation Training Institute in Seoul. The program was attended by 20 Indonesian officials, 15 persons from SETCAP, 2 persons from Ministry of State Secretariat, 1 person from Ministry of Home Affairs, 1 person from the Ministry of National Development Planning, or Bappenas as we know, and 1 person from the House of Representatives. The training allowed the participants first to study the materials related to the establishment of laws and regulation in Korea, first-hand from MOLEC, KLRI, and KIPA on legal system and legislative process, statutory improvement, statutory interpretation, support system for government legislation, and modification of regulatory laws and systems. Second, to develop an action plan based on the country reports made by Indonesian participants. The participants were grouped into 4 categories: public participation, establishment of a single center body, human resources, and multi-interpretation issues. And the third, to conduct study visit to MOLEC and KLRI or KIPA to find out how the actual practice in Korea in forming laws and regulations. So this is the action plan that we made. We can see in the program book. And this is our progress, follow-up activities. We are now in the step 3, where COICA was made for us. And we are the participants with the Deputy Political, Legal, and Security Affairs presented their reports directly to Cabinet Secretary. And the Cabinet Secretary said that the 2 things: the implementation of legislative cooperation with Korea should be continued and needs to be developed with other countries. And the second, fully supports efforts to establishment of single legislation body, but Indonesia also need to have an institution such as KLRI in Korea, which supports in the preparation of policy plans. Part 4, feedback on the program implementation. I was not amongst the 20 participants of COICA program last July, but I had the opportunity to discuss with the participants about their experiences during the program and got some feedbacks for improvement for the second batch in 2024. From the discussion, I can conclude that first, overall, all of them were happy to join the COICA program. They felt honored to be appointed and become representatives of Indonesia to be involved in the plan to improve the legislative system in Indonesia. 2, through this capability building, the participants gain deeper knowledge and insight into Korean legal system and legislation for comparative study with Indonesia. 3, through the preparation of country reports and action plans that supervised by Korean practitioners and academics, the participants found this program is a proper forum for them to learn and exchange views in reflecting on the problems that occur in the process of establishing laws and regulation in Indonesia and finding solutions to these problems. The 4th, through the implementation of study visits to MOLEC and KLRI offices in Sejong, participants get an overview of the supporting facilities and infrastructure needed to draft laws and regulations in Korea. As we know, the Indonesian government is currently preparing to move the state capital from Jakarta to Nusantara in the island of Kalimantan. So the participants also learn about the impact of moving the state capital, where infrastructure and facilities become the crucial for new offices. 5th, through the well-implemented COICA program, the cooperative relationship between SETCAP and MOLEC in this area of legislation is more strongly established and provides positive impacts and benefits for the bilateral relation between the 2 countries within the framework of the special strategic partnership, particularly in achieving of the goal of co-prosperity and prosperity of the 2 countries. Allow me to also convey some insight for the next cooperation in 2024. First, Indonesia is currently drafting the Bill on National Long-Term Development Plan 2025-2045 and the National Development Planning Agency, Bappenas, includes the establishment of a single regulatory agency as one of the issues and challenges of future development. In fact, the issue of this agency is included in the 20 super priority transformative efforts, game changers. Therefore, we suggest the implementation of the COICA program in 2024 continues related to this agenda. Second, in addition, in this symposium, I need to inform you that Indonesia will hold a general election in February 2024, and the second term of President Yeouido administration will end in October 2024. Usually, after 10-year administration, in our constitution, organization of ministries or institutions may change depending on the needs of the new president and new administration. Given the circumstances, I hope the implementation of KOICA program in 2024 can be hastened. The third, next, if we observe the NINT LS in 2021 with the theme legislative administration of each Asian country and cooperation measures, there was a speaker from KLRI, Ms. Jeon Choi, who presented legislative administration in Asian countries, where we stand and how we could step forward together. In my opinion, the theme raised at the NINT LS and the topic Jeon Choi talked about are still very much related to the theme and topic of ALES this year. Personally, I totally agree with Ms. Jeon Choi that at the Asian level, we need to step forward together, especially alliances in the field of legislation. Why? Because Indonesia needs it. Indonesia is a state of law, and law is the only instrument that can improve the welfare of the Indonesian peoples. The biggest questions for us is, how can the law improve the welfare if the law always stays far behind compared to the progress of the time? The answer is by following the current global development with a good design of lawmaking that is in line with the times, so that a country can prepare itself in anticipating the impact of the times. Therefore, I personally strongly support the establishment of an institution at the Asian level that focuses its activities in the field of legislation. That concludes my presentation. Finally, I thank Molek for the cooperation with SETCAP that has been ongoing for the last 5 years now. I also thank KOICA for facilitating the program last July, and SETCAP is looking forward for the implementation of next program in 2024, and I hope it will run smoothly as planned. Thank you very much.
네, 고맙습니다. 에릭 마리오 과장.
Thank you very much, Mr. Eric Mario. And this plan will continue successfully until 2024, and he also expressed gratitude to KOICA. Thank you very much. Now we are going to hear from Dean Amarusana Batbold from the National University of Mongolian School of Law. His title is Legislative Cooperation and Experience in Mongolia. Please welcome Dr. and Professor Batbold with a big hand.
Good afternoon, His Excellencies, distinguished guests, organizers of the Symposium, Molek and KLRI, and those who came to today's Symposium. My name is Batbold Amarusana. I'm from the National University of Mongolia School of Law, and I'm very much pleased to be invited and speak at this very symposium. Now I would like to go into my presentation. I've prepared my presentation in general 2 parts. First, I would like to talk about the legislative cooperation from Mongolian perspectives or the experience in Mongolia, and then I'll briefly talk about the commercial code drafting, which is being done these days from this legislative cooperation perspective. Now I would like to talk about a little bit general knowledge about the Mongolian legal system, because some of you may not know about the legal system in Mongolia. Mongolia is considered as the continental law family member. So parliament is the only lawmaking body in the government. In Mongolia, most of the draft statutes are initiated or drafted by the cabinet or its ministries, but we have two other institutions, constitutional bodies, who are empowered to initiate and draft laws, such as members of the parliament and the president of Mongolia. And secondary legislation in Mongolia are drafted and adopted by the local governments, ministries, agencies, and other public bodies. So in general, legislation or the adopting laws are rested in the sovereign or by the state. So this is undividable and subject to, not subject to delegation to other countries or sovereigns. However, for the purpose of co-prosperity, for instance, countries can cooperate or coordinate its legal rules. In saying that, I'm not referring to the parliamentary cooperation as in legislative cooperation. So the terminology was a little bit tricky, but I was trying to understand what is legislative cooperation. So I made some observations about the concept or notion legislative cooperation and suggesting you some classification based on the time frame. We can divide legislative cooperation type into two based on time frame. One is ex ante and second is ex post. So before adopting legislation, laws, legislative cooperation can occur, and after adopting statutes or laws, legislative cooperation mostly done, I think. And in most cases, it's related to the transparency rule in order to invite foreign investment in the country. And second classification based on my understanding is number of parties involved. As this symposium is structured, the first part is about the bilateral and the second part is the multilateral cooperation. Transparency rules or legislative cooperation in Mongolia or the multilateral mechanism in Mongolia's case, the example is WTO treaties on related to the transparencies, some rules in the WTO treaties, I mean. And as for the bilateral mechanisms, we have at least two international treaties. First, EPA with Japan, which was concluded in 2015. It has Article 1.3 about the transparency of laws, regulations, and judicial decisions, so that the Japanese investors in Mongolia or Mongolian investors to Japan can have a proper understanding about its legal rules and systems. And second document is Agreement on Transparency in matters related to the international trade and investment between Mongolia and the United States of America. And this document has some transparency of the legal rules in such articles as 2, 3, and 6. And we have a very much functional legal information website. This website is second most visited website, public website, except news websites. The first one is the entrance exam, high school entrance exam registration, a university entrance exam registration website in the country. So this, so we call legalinfo.mn is very much used throughout the country, and its number of access is very much. And since we have a very good mobile internet coverage in the country, this website is used very much and throughout the country. The content of this legal information system, so-called legalinfo.mn, incorporates all the statutes, valid or invalid amendments, and also unofficial translation of the Mongolian laws, mostly relevant to the investment or trade. And also this website or database incorporates constitutional court decisions and other secondary legislations in Mongolian language. And within the academic, amongst the scholars, we have various information, informal exchange mechanisms related to the legislative information through the structured means. For instance, we do have two legal education or research centers with the Komin University College of Law of Korea and also Nagoya University Center for Asian Legal Exchange in Japan. Through these two centers, we accumulate legal information of these two countries, and also we exchange legal information or legislative, we conduct legislative cooperation between the two countries. Besides that, we organize academic conferences, such as Constitutional and Administrative Law Conference in Mongolia every year. And also, we exchange students or professors in with these two universities. And this also includes within the notion of legislative cooperation, I think. The case of commercial code drafting in Mongolia, now we are in the 7th year of drafting commercial code in Mongolia, and it's mostly driven or led by the academics, or precisely the professors of the National University of Mongolia School of Law. And within this legislative cooperation to draft, and to propose to the government the commercial code, we organized research visits to Germany, Japan, and inviting researchers from abroad, like Professor Kim of the Komin University, to come to Mongolia and present about the civil and commercial codes in Korea. And just last September, end of September, some delegation of the government and the university and judiciary visited to the Ministry of Justice, ICD, in order to hold joint seminar to understand and exchange information on the commercial and the civil codes of Japan, as well as the newly drafted commercial code of Mongolia, which is hopefully going to be presented to the parliament this autumn. And besides that, in order to understand what is really commercial code and the current rules related to the commercial in nature, we have translated foreign legislative materials, such as the Civil and Commercial Codes of Japan and Civil and Commercial Codes of Germany, Hagabe and Begabe, and the Civil Code, newly enforced Civil Code of China into Mongolian language, so that the general public or the general legal community would understand from their by their own native language. Now I would like to talk about the implications that I have in mind while preparing my presentations and share some ideas. As I mentioned, legislation or adopting laws is the sovereign, inalienable power. However, without contradiction with this concept, legislative cooperation is desirable. For instance, we have talked about global certainty, COVID-19, war, protectionism today. But in order to overcome global uncertainty and to reach global certainty, legislative cooperation might be essential. That's my implication. And also, we need to understand the concepts prosperity and co-prosperity, and have a difference, have a proper understanding of these two concepts in order to promote the co-prosperity. And I think co-prosperity within the meaning of this symposium will be very important, and it's very interesting to discuss. And also, I have 2 points that I would like to share with you for further discussion at this symposium. First, I think we need to talk about the possible legislative cooperation measures or structures in Asia and beyond. That's the purpose of this conference, I believe. And second, the factor of artificial intelligence or digitalization of legal information, which is making the legislative cooperation easier and maybe cost-effective. So by saying this, I would like to conclude my presentation today. And once again, I would like to thank organizers for inviting me to speak in this distinguished audience. Thank you very much.
네, 고맙습니다.
Thank you very much. We just heard a presentation by Dean Amarsana Betbold from National University of Mongolia School of Law. Amid international uncertainty, once again, legislation cooperation is critical. And in light of that, today's symposium is very important. I totally agree with that. And once again, legislation cooperation, and also amid digital era, we need to continuously cooperate. Thank you. Well, on your table, there's a very thick book placed. That's history of Korean legislation until 1948 all the way until now. How the administration, economy, society, it has given impact. The process of developing Korean legislation is all written in that book. And once again, we have distributed that book. So please make sure to take it with you. So the first session has just been completed. During the first session, we've discussed about Korea's bilateral legislative cooperation experience and Asian countries' bilateral legislative cooperation experience. Now let's kick off the panel discussions. The 3 speakers and also discussant, we are going to have the panel discussion. One housekeeping announcement. The QR code that you are looking at right now, please join us in giving you feedback about today's symposium. Give us your feedback so that we can improve ourselves. Those of you joining us online or those of you who are joining us on site, please scan this QR code and join us in the feedback. Your views are really valuable. We can improve ourselves based on your feedbacks. So, ladies and gentlemen, I believe we are ready to begin the panel discussion. During the discussion, moderator, Vice President Kang Hyun-chul from Korea Legislation Research Institute will lead the panel discussion. The moderator, Kang Hyun-chul, and also the discussant, please come up to the stage.
예, 안녕하십니까.
Hello, everyone. I'm Vice President Kang Hyun-chul of Korea Legislation Research Institute, and we are now going to begin the panel discussion. We will invite two discussants to hear their views. First of all, let me introduce myself. I'm very pleased to meet you all. I'm Kang Hyun-chul. You heard presentation by three speakers, and you already know who they are, so no further introduction is required. And this is a panel discussion, but I believe this is like listening to two new presentations. Let me invite the first discussant, Professor Park Jung-won from College of Law, Kookmin University, will make a discussion. To be followed by Dr. Tien Doc Ung Yen of Vietnam Academy of Social Science will be the second discussant. So let's kick off. Professor Park Jung-won, would you like to begin your discussion first? To be followed by Dr. Tien Doc Ung Yen, the discussion. Well, I believe, Professor Park Jung-won, you have prepared your own presentation material, right? Can you open the file? Yes, please begin your discussion. I was just introduced by the moderator. I am Park Jung-won, Professor of College of Law, Kookmin University. I'm very honored to be here today. And Kookmin University and Vietnam, we are collaborating. And let me tell you how we are collaborating. Personally, Asian Legislative Expert Symposium, I joined the first symposium. It's been more than a decade, and I believe that more than 10 years, the collaborative ties have also flourished. Due to the limited time, I will be very brief with my presentation. So, College of Law, Kookmin University, after 2 years of preparation from 2021 to now, we are operating the Korean Law Education Center at National University of Mongolia, College of Law, and also the Korean law are being educated at the National University of Mongolia. So I'll give introductions and then I will show you a few photos to show what kind of achievements we have achieved and also the limitations that we have faced with or the possibility of further cooperation or proposals that I'd like to share with you. Now, basically, the center that we operate is called as Korean Law Education Center in Mongolia, and basic Korean language and Korean law education are being provided. So our goal is training experts in Korean law and implementing basic and in-depth educations on Korean legislation. We are trying to establish a long-term and continuous legal reform and legal education support system in Mongolia. We are trying to cultivate Korean expert, and also we are providing in-depth education so that Korean law can be educated in Mongolia as well. Let me show you a few photos. This is a National University of Mongolia, and the Korean law education is located within the National University of Mongolia, and as soon as the new building is completed, we will be moving to the new building. As I mentioned before, in 2021, by signing MOU, the Korean Law Education Center came into being, and we have opened the center. This is the current status, and total number of students is 70. So College of Law, National University of Mongolia is 5-year course, and there are professors in charge of Korean language and also Korean law. So overall, this is the curriculum, as I mentioned before. National University of Mongolia provides basic Korean law education. So they provide Korean law, major Korean language education, etc. In case of Korean language, we provide basic language course. And through this course, the goal is to acquire TOEFL grade 4 or grade 5. And through this course, we are trying to educate in-depth education for Mongolians so that they can be knowledgeable about Korean law. As I mentioned before, this is the curriculum. What's interesting here is that in our education course, we have a system to educate. When foreigners come to Korea, we are ready to provide education, but we don't have any program to provide to foreigners in foreign country. So I sincerely hope that our curriculum can be helpful to other people as well. So National University of Mongolia has built this curriculum. Now, regarding external cooperation, continuously, Kookmin University Law School and National University of Mongolia are working hard. Last year, they celebrated 80th anniversary, and we have carried out a joint celebration. And also to the major legal entity, Kookmin University and National University of Mongolia working hard together with the private institutions and national agencies. So not only our school, but also National Assembly in Korea, Ministry of Government Legislation, Korean Legislation Research Institute, they go to Mongolia, and then we are trying to exchange people, we are trying to create an education opportunity. So overall, most of the initiatives are taken by Kookmin University and National University of Mongolia, but still there are private institutions and education institutions and government agencies are joining this external cooperation. Now, for the external cooperation, we have signed MOU, as you can see in this photo, especially together with Korea Legislation Research Institute, we have signed a separate MOU. These are the key activities and performance. We are hosting International Academic Conference more than 14 times. We are training legal experts in Korean law 7 times. And also, together with the National University of Mongolia and Kookmin University College of Law, we are training education for law students. So, Kookmin University students go to National University of Mongolia and vice versa. And then they come here to learn more about Korean laws, as well as we go there to learn their system. What's important is that through our center, private companies are providing scholarship to Mongolian students. Most representative one is a Baejong Scholarship Foundation, which provide scholarship to students studying at National University of Mongolia. These are a couple of activities that we have conducted, And we do so many different kinds of academic seminars and symposiums. As I mentioned before, these are the scholarship and student exchange programs that we have done so. And of course, Ministry of Government Legislations and Korean Legislation Research Institute's contributions were critical. Now, this one is the activities. Well, they visited court and also the Ministry of Government Legislations, and then we exchange people, and also this is also photo taken when we have exchanged our people, professionals. Basically, through these activities, what are the expected effect? Well, we were able to establish for practical cooperation and development in the legal sector of Mongolia. We were able to improve positive image about Korea among Mongolians, and also we were able to establish the foundation for Korean legislation through training and research. And not only in the legal sector, but through education and human exchange, we were able to build a system to train people. And also, we have accumulated our systems, knowledge, and experience. We were able to share that with Mongolia. And also, people-to-people exchange were another achievement. And we were able to educate Mongolian who are expert in Korean law. Through the past 10 years, we've been doing it, but finally, we are bearing fruits. National University of Mongolia has a great social status and has a talented people, a superb talents, and compared to the general public, by educating the Mongolian National University students, we were able to acquire talented people. And thus, we were able to consolidate foundation. Thus, the bilateral cooperation can be further increased, and private-to-private exchange is also encouraged. Mongolian students learning Korean laws, they can easily get a job in Korea and also in Mongolia, which was another great achievement. More important thing is that today's theme is legislative administration of each Asian countries, cooperation measures, and our Korean experience. Based on our know-how, I'm sure that we were able to transfer our knowledge to Mongolia. So I'm sure that we can thus contribute to the collaborations in the global legislative sector. However, we still have a lot of work to do. Overall, as you heard from the other speaker, we were able to enjoy some result, but there were some limitations that we were faced with. Still, based on our experience, we found further room to improve. And I believe that higher education has some limitation, and maybe not between academic to academic cooperation, but maybe we need greater synergy effect between government to academic cooperation. Especially, it is important to select, support, and cooperative organizations and to understand the will and ability of responsible organization and characteristic of overseas project. And we sincerely hope that this can be well reflected in the future cooperative work. Most of all, Korea Legislation Research Institute has the strong foundation, and Kookmin University has our own experience. And adding these two, we can go to a further development, achieve further development. In relation with the overseas education, it is critical to understand the recipient country's position. There are some areas that the provider doesn't understand the recipient side's position, and I guess we need to understand that. And also, if we dispatch our teachers or educators, we need to come up with a system or institutionalize the system of dispatching lecturers and also local administrative requirements and personal management. And also we need to evaluate the overall performance. And Eric Mario and Amarisana Betbolt already talked about it, but I guess I sincerely hope that we can further increase our achievements. I just gave you the achievements that Kookmin University and National University of Mongolia School of Law has done. Thank you for your attention.
고맙습니다. 네, 박정희 교수님.
Thank you very much, Professor Park. So he has shared the actual case of cooperation with Mongolia. Now we are going to invite Dr. Tien Doc Ung Nguyen from the Vietnam Academy of Social Science.
예, 앉아서 하셔도 됩니다. 예.
Yeah, you can stay seated.
Good afternoon, everyone. President Han, my pleasure. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Dien Duc Nguyen. I work at the Vietnam Academy of Social Sciences. So for first words, I would like to thank the Ministry of Government Legislation and the Korea Legislation Research Institute for inviting me to the 11th Asian Legal Experts Symposium as a discussant. I hope our steadfast cooperation ties will continue to bear fruit in the future. So, my discussion paper is based on the slideshow presentations of Mr. Eric Mario from Indonesia and Professor Amarisana Betbolt from Mongolia. Please excuse me for my terrible pronunciation. So my discussion also takes a theoretical turn because my background is a researcher. I'll begin my discussion with a theoretical framework for better conceptualization of legislative cooperation, particularly through the law and development perspective. And this part engages with parts of Professor Betbolt's presentation and some conceptual issues that he raised. And then I'll summarize the main points of the two speakers' presentations, followed by some questions. So it remains obscure if there exists a clear-cut definition of legislative cooperation, and yet this phenomenon is fairly common, increasingly salient in the public discourse of almost every country, especially developing. The concept of legislative cooperation may mean different things to different actors, depending on their angle of looking at this phenomenon. For example, it may be an internal process by which various state bodies engage in the making of a law. Roughly speaking, in the context of ALES conference, legislative cooperation is the process by which government bodies, including but not limited to legislatures of different countries, work together to devise and develop legislation and legislation-related issues. So different from coercion, cooperation implies mutual consent. And this feature justifies the waning originality of the legislative power in one country and the shift towards an area of mutual interest, with one interacting with another. So why has legislative cooperation become desirable in developing countries? So asking this question will lead to another question. That is, what is the purpose of legislative cooperation? So one of the perspectives to examine those questions resides in law and development discipline. So law and development discipline assumes that the success stories can be mimicked, and the developed world is a great source of inspiration for that purpose. Another common assumption is that law is seen as an effective device to promote or even precede development. When countries cooperate on legislation-related issues, they can share best practices and learn from each other's experiences, and this can help to improve the quality of legislation and the effectiveness of its implementation. So according to I borrowed the theoretical framework from Professor Philip Dan, a law and development scholar. So the law of development cooperation revolves around two elements, funds and knowledge. These two elements are transferable so as to replicate the success in a foreign setting in varied formats. And the transfer process is cyclical, running from first planning to budgeting to designing, negotiating, and concluding agreements to implementing and intervening, and then finally refashioning in order to meet new expectations of all relevant stakeholders. The transfer certainly is not a law-free zone, but subject to multi-level law, ranging from international law to constitutional, administrative laws, and soft law even. And finally, this process is often faced with a general uncertainty due to asymmetry of partners in terms of power, funds, capacities, or knowledge. And there are 5 governing principles, as I already give you on the slides. I will not go into details because it will be very time-consuming. I'd just like to go through it very quickly. There are 5 governing principles, including collective autonomy, human rights, efficiency, accountability, development. So by and large, legislative cooperation, if implemented in good faith, may produce mutual benefits. First, it can help to promote mutual understanding and trust between countries. When legislators from different countries work together on developing and passing legislation, they learn more about each other's perspectives and priorities. And this can help to build trust and reduce the risk of conflict. And this is especially true when countries nowadays are facing several transnational issues and risks such as international migration, cybersecurity, climate change, artificial intelligence, for example, that require concerted actions. Second, legislative cooperation may be conducive to economic growth and social development. So when countries have harmonized legislation, it's just easier for businesses to trade and invest across borders. And this can lead to increased economic activity and job creation. Cooperation on legislation may lead to promotion of universal ideas such as gender equality, human rights, and environmental protection. And this can help to improve the lives of people around the world. And third, legislative cooperation can help to promote good governance. When countries cooperate on the developing legislation, they can ensure that their laws are consistent with international norms and standards. And this can help to promote transparency, accountability, and the rule of law. This is evidenced by the work of MOLEC, I believe, in establishing a legal information center in Myanmar, as we have heard from a delegate from MOLEC. And putting the conceptual framework in perspective, the presentations by Mr. Eric Mario from Indonesia and Professor Masana Badbold from Mongolia demonstrate the strong preference for legislative cooperation between their countries and partner countries, including Korea. And it's no coincidence that the flourishing tie between Korea and partner countries overlaps with the development course of Korea as a typical model of East Asian miracle, which transformed it from an aid recipient to an active aid donor on the global and regional stage. It's a truism to state that the Korean miracle nowadays is a great source of inspiration for many Southeast Asian countries in respect of building a strong developmental state. It is also fair to suggest that the presence and influence of Korea in Asian developing countries and on legal matters have been rising over the years. So Mr. Eric Mario's presentation showcases legislative cooperation stages and activities, as I have already demonstrated, between Indonesia's SETCAP and Korea's MOLEC, from identifying their mutual concern and contribution to drawing up action plans and the follow-up activities. And on that basis, SETCAP and MOLEC, with a generous support of COICA, have held various joint activities and schemes for institutional development and capacity building. By singling out legislative issues, including but not limited to public participation, public access and institutional transparency, fragmentation in lawmaking process, low-quality legislation, inchoate statutory interpretation to be addressed by the Indonesian government, SETCAP demonstrates its cognizance of the existing lawmaking weak spots and genuine willingness to seek solutions accordingly. Among those, institutional development, capacity building, with the support of Korean partners such as MOLEC and KOICA, are essential. And those series of interactions and exchanges definitely lay the groundwork for the two bodies and the two countries' people to continue to socialize and create mutual understanding, helping to realize the vision of co-prosperity. Throughout the slides, the point on the establishment of a single legislation body and advisory body garners great emphasis. And an interesting point raised by Mr. Eric Mario is that the political divide in Indonesia may adversely affect the joint effort to institute a single legislative body. And this could pose a question on confidence-building activities not only between governments, but also between political parties and peoples between the two countries, how they can come together, rise above differences, move towards meaningful development and commonly accepted values. It would be great if Mr. Eric Mario could share his insight on this point. And Professor Badbo's presentation is interesting in that he expounds on the domestic context and understanding of transnational legislative cooperation. Professor Badbo sheds light on the growing presence of foreign ideas in Mongolia's lawmaking discourse, such as the drafting of the Commercial Code in 2016. And in this process, it seems that the Mongolian lawmakers are more inspired by and draw implications from countries with similar legal tradition, such as Japan, Germany. It reflects the substantive aspect of legislative cooperation, like unlike the case that we have heard, that we have listened from Mr. Eric Mario about the technical side. And yet, scholars of law and development, such as Professor David Chubek, have pointed out several challenges facing the discipline, the law and development discipline, and the comparative law in general. Among others, legal systems are deeply embedded in national cultures. Legal transplants rarely work as intended, if at all. And effective strategies for legal change must take account of local legal culture and conditions. So I was wondering, whether Mongolia has ever encountered the problem of legislative cooperation on substantive issue, but did not work out as expected. In terms of the capacity building aspect, I was wondering also if Mongolia has identified its needs and priorities to strengthen its legislative capacity and broaden its partnership with other countries for the purpose of co-prosperity. So by and large, the presentations of Mr. Eric Mario and Professor Badbo are very informative, insightful, and provides a good starting point for discussing legislative cooperation and bilateral ties between Korea and other parts of Asia. And certainly there's still extra room for furthering and strengthening the meaningful bilateral and multilateral relations for co-prosperity. So thank you so much.
예, 감사합니다. 예, 응구현.
Thank you very much, Dr. Wen. Legislative cooperation. He has shared the essential meaning of legislative cooperation. And he has also made comments and questions to the Mongolian and Indonesian speakers. Next, based on the order of the presentation, I would like to hear from the three speakers. You can respond not just to the discussants' comments, but if there's anything that you would like to add. First, Director Lee Young-jin from the Ministry of Government Legislation. So thank you, moderator. Tien Doc Wen, Dr. Wen, thank you very much for your discussion. And I agree with you on many points, especially I would like to add and elaborate on some of the points Dr. Tien Doc Eung-wen has mentioned. Dr. Eung-wen has said that through legislative cooperation, we can contribute to economic development and growth, and I strongly agree with him. And in Myanmar example of our cooperation, this is not simply about technical training or maintenance. We need to train the local personnel, and we have also created jobs for the local economy. So I think that has actually created some active benefits for the local economy, and there are also passive benefits and cost saving. The Korean Ministry of Government Legislation employees are actually doing due diligence in Hanoi, in Vietnam. They're doing preliminary assessment, and I heard from some of the employees there that in Hanoi, there are about more than 10 Korean law firms working in Hanoi, and the law firm people who are working in Hanoi are saying that if the digital national legal information system were available in Vietnam, they said that they can save a lot of cost in achieving the same level of efficiency. So we've heard that from a number of law firm people who are working in Hanoi. Through legislative cooperation, we can build the legal information system, which can produce active economic benefits, and passively, I think we can save some cost. And Dr. Tien Doc Eung-wen, he also said that Indonesia and the Korean Ministry of Government Legislation are working to build digital legal information system, and SETCOP and the cost supported by COICA is not for the SETCOP per se. It is we are working with the Ministry of Human Rights and Legislation in Vietnam. So we will be funding through the administration. And there is another organization for legislation that will be deeply involved in building the Indonesian legal information system. And with that organization, we have signed RD with Korea. Thank you very much.
그럼 이어서
Thank you.
내각 사무처의
Next, Eric Mario. Yes, please.
Thank you for your question, Dr. Tien Doc Nguyen. For me, the question is there any confidence building measures taken to address political divide and bring actors all together in conformity with national development goals? I will explain first. In fact, in Indonesia, there are many political parties, but in these goals, development goals, between government and the parliament, there are one consistency in build the national development goals. That I mean in here is single legislation body. As we know, Indonesia had been had been made bill number 22 and in 2022 that confirm government will build a single legislation body, but there are no problem with the political divide because this is had been instituted in the law. Thank you.
예, 고맙습니다.
Thank you very much. Next, Dean Betbold, please.
Thank you very much for your insightful comment. Dr. Tien Duc Nguyen, if my pronunciation is correct, excuse me. So I'm gonna make one comment and answer a question posed by Dr. Nguyen. The general flow of events, history, about the so-called that we are today talking about legislative cooperation, I think started in the early 1990s in Paris. There was an international conference organized in order to promote understanding from the legal perspective between the countries in Europe or the world in general. So the conference was organized exactly in 1900, and then it went. It wasn't so successful until 1960s, after the Second World War, and at that time, the movement, so-called Law and Development, by young David Trubeck in Latin America, South America, was held, and when I was speaking to David about maybe 15 years ago in Wisconsin Medicine, he acknowledged the failure of law and development movement in South America. And then in 1990, socialist bloc collapsed, including Mongolia, and there was a re-rise of interest in law and development, mostly driven by the international financial institutions. And in early 2010, new law and development, the concept so-called new law and development, was put into spotlight. But today we are talking about legislative cooperation. So I was wondering, the development in the sense of law and development, what is the meaning, and then core prosperity in today's conference's title. So that's one comment that I have in mind, but no matter what does it mean, the humanity, the people always strives for the prosperity and well-being of the state, is interested in well-being of its people. Now I'd like to answer the question posed by Dr. Nguyen. My understanding of your question is that to name example of failure of the legislative cooperation or the laws that was proposed from abroad. That's my understanding, right?
Just wondering if it didn't work out as planned.
Mm-hmm.
Not necessarily a failure.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I think I have a good example. In early 2000s, the government proposed a law, which was eventually adopted, but later invalidated, on public service and mechanism to evaluate the performance of the public servants, based on the example of New Zealand within the framework of new institutional economics. But somehow it was told, or it was evaluated, the law was evaluated as a failure and subsequently invalidated. I think that's a good example of the not so much well enforced or the designed culture or the element of foreign law. But we had a very good example of the law which are in force now. It's a law on mediation at the court. It was jointly drafted with the help of the JICA, and now we have very good working system of the mediators at the civil courts in Mongolia. So that's all. Thank you.
예,
Thank you. That concludes the first panel discussion where 3 speakers and 2 discussants have joined. We should have invited the questions from the floor, but due to the limited time, I'm sorry, but we have to stop here. Please give a warm round of applause to 3 speakers.
네,
Thank you very much once again, panelists and also Vice President Kang Hyun-chul of Korea Legislation Research Institute. Please thank them with a warm round of applause. Please go back to your seats. Thank you once again. We are a little bit behind the schedule, so we apologize that we weren't able to open the floor and receive questions. We hope that we can have another opportunity. So that concludes the first session. Next session, before we begin the second session, we'll take a short break. After the short coffee break, we'll begin the second session.
네, 오늘 회의에 참석해주신 여러분.
Ladies and gentlemen, housekeeping announcement. We are about to begin the second session. Those of you who are outside the conference hall, please proceed to the hall and take your seats. Once again, we would appreciate if you could please switch off your mobile phone or switch to the vibration mode. And make sure to use the translation device placed on your table.
네, 잘 쉬셨습니까?
Well, I hope you have enjoyed your coffee break. We'll begin the second session under the title of Promoting Multilateral Legislative Cooperation of Asian Countries, How to Promote Co-Prosperity. We are going to listen to the two presenters' presentation. Let me invite the first speaker, Senior Research Fellow Kim Hyung-gun of Korea Legislation Research Institute. We'll talk about moving forward, establishing a mechanism for consultations and collaboration among legislative institutions in Asia. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Senior Research Fellow Kim Hyung-gun with one round of applause.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, and ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. My name is Hyung-gun Kim. I am a Senior Principal Research Fellow at KLLI. I'm very much honored to be invited as a guest speaker today, and I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the organizers before I begin my presentation. The topic of my presentation is moving forward, establishing a mechanism for consultation and collaboration among legislative institutions in Asia. Through this presentation, basically I will share with you a part of research which I have been conducting since this July. My presentation will begin with background and introduce some multilateral collaboration cases and the current state of multilateral consultative bodies in Asia, and finally provide the reasons why we need to establish a consultative body of Asian legislative institutions. For the background, the importance of legal development cooperation is rapidly growing in the field of international development cooperation. As such, it is necessary to shift the current product-based legal exchange and cooperation to more professional and continuous legal exchange and cooperation. In this regard, MOLEC has been continuously trying to share Korea's legislation development experiences that supported Korea's economic developments and democratization with Asian countries. As you know, ALICE has been an excellent forum for enhancing the understanding of legal system of each Asian country and seeking legal solutions to various social and economic issues. And before ALICE, there was APOLIA, Asian Forum of Legislative Information Affairs, also organized by MOLEC. Taking one step further, MOLEC is now examining the possibility of establishing a mechanism that leads to multilateral collaboration in legislative activities through consultation among Asian legislative institutions. There are many law-related international organizations around the world, and they are engaged in various activities, such as the formation of international norms, peaceful settlement of international disputes, and strengthening the rule of law. I will briefly introduce some of those international organizations and their activities as the cases for multilateral collaboration in legislative activities. UNCITRAL is an international organization established in 1966 to eliminate obstacles to international commerce by gradual harmonization of each country's commerce laws through the codification of unified international commerce law. UNCITRAL's activities are conducted through the working groups by each topics, which is open to all member countries and interested observer countries, as well as other international organizations. UNCITRAL Committee confirms the draft convention, and draft model laws, and draft legislative guides prepared by the working groups. And then the conventions and the model laws are implemented into the member states' domestic laws. UNIDROIT is another international organization which is established in 1940 with the aim of promoting the gradual adoption of international treaties and their implementation into domestic laws. Major activities include the preparation of draft conventions or draft model laws for the enactment of unified domestic laws, the preparation of draft conventions for the promotion of international relations in private law, and so on and so forth. The way the conventions and the model laws to be implemented into domestic laws are the same as that of UNCITRAL. Hague Conference on International Private Law was established to provide a forum for discussion among member states for the development and implementation of common private law for the purpose of harmonizing different private law systems of individual countries. Like other law-related international organizations, Hague Conference also prepares and adopts international private law rules in the form of international convention. And WIPO was established to promote international protection of intellectual property rights and international cooperation. WIPO also adopts international treaties, recommends harmonization of domestic intellectual properties of in each country, and provides legal and technical support to some countries. And the next is the IDLO. IDLO is the only international organization dedicated to promote the rule of law for peace and sustainable development. Currently, 38 countries around the world have joined the IDLO, and IDLO has been active with more than 14,000 legal experts from 175 countries around the world to carry out national missions and has operated in more than 90 countries. IDLO is engaged in various activities in 7 fields: the rule of law, access to justice, peace and democracy, public health, women and girls, economic opportunity, and sustainability. Especially, IDLO is actively engaged in activities in Latin America, Asia, Eastern Europe, and Middle East, and Africa. The details of activities as follows. And on a project base, other international organizations also engaged in multilateral legislative activities. For example, the CLVA system is a system that registers all information about birth and death, issues certificates of birth and death, and produces and distributes important statistics, including the cause of death. Many countries around the world do not yet have the appropriate CLVA system. And as a result, it is estimated that tens of millions of children are not registered each year, and 2/3 of deaths are not registered, which are not reflected in the vital statistics as well. This caused the problem that people cannot receive proper education and medical benefits and etc. because they are not registered as a resident. So the international organizations like World Bank, WHO, and UNSD, and UNICEF, and many other international organizations jointly provide legal and technical support for the improvement of the CRVS system worldwide. Another example is the introduction of digital tax. OECD has found an estimated tax avoidance of 240 billion USD in multinational corporations occurs each year, meaning that there is a huge tax loss worldwide. This led to the discussions on the introduction of digital taxes, and we are about to see the outcomes of these discussions. And public institutions like CAS and GIZ is also an important player in the field of multilateral collaboration in legislative activities. CAS is a German foundation that contributes to the guarantee and expansion of peace, freedom, and prosperity in Europe and around the world through various public interest activities. CAS is currently running a rule of law program around the world to promote rule of law, and especially in Asia, CAS is engaged various activities such as law enforcement, judicial independence, constitutionalism, protection of human rights, environmental law-related projects, and so on and so forth. GIZ is Germany's leading development aid agency, is also engaged in various activities in Asia and Africa to promote the rule of law. Especially in Central Asian countries, GIZ is running programs to help their governments comply with the improved regulations of administrative law and administrative procedural law. Currently, multilateral legislative activities are mainly driven and led by law-related international organizations and also supported by other international organizations and public institutions like CAS and GIZ. My observation is that law-related organizations' multilateral legislative activities rather focus on the harmonization or unification of domestic laws. And multilateral collaboration in strengthening the rule of law, although it also includes some legislative activities on a project base, is more like for building fundamentals of law or legal systems. Both of them are, for sure, very meaningful efforts, but they are somewhat different from the multilateral collaboration we discussed today. Currently, there are a couple of law-related multilateral consultative bodies in Asia. The first one that I would like to introduce you is Asian African Legal Consultative Organization. ALCO is an international organization that discusses legal issues of common interest among member states in Asia and Africa. And if necessary, it provides legal advices and recommendations to its member countries. ALCO's headquarters is located in India, and 47 countries have joined the organization. The major roles and activities are as shown in the slide. I will skip the slide. The next one is Association of Asian Constitutional Courts and Equivalent Institutions. AACC aims to develop democracy in Asia and realize constitutionalism and promote the basic human rights of people by extending the exchange of experience and information between constitutional institutions and strengthening friendly and cooperative relations. It is the first regional council among constitutional courts in Asia, and it was established in 2010. Constitutional courts in 21 Asian countries have joined AACC, and their major activities are as shown in the slide. The third one is Law Association for Asia and the Pacific. Law Asia is a local and regional association of lawyers, judges, and legal experts and legal organization, which was founded in 1966. Law Asia represents the interests of legal community in Asia-Pacific region and have served as a platform for promoting the exchange of legal knowledge across borders and as a channel to encourage compliance with the rule of law, compliance with the professional ethics of legal professionals, and the protection of human rights. Law Asia's secretariat is located in Australia, and individuals, organizations, law firms, corporations from more than 40 countries in the Asia-Pacific region have joined the Law Asia. The major activities are also as shown in the slide. And the last one is ALEAN. ALEAN is a network among educational institutions, research institutes, and government agencies in Asian countries that strive to improve the legal culture and legislative environment of Asia by sharing information, experience, and expertise in law. ALEAN launched in 2005 with the aim of providing a cooperative platform for the exchange of legal information among Asian countries and establishing institutional capabilities to improve the quality of laws in Asian countries. Now, 37 institutions from 20 Asian countries have joined the ALEAN, and their major activities are also as shown in the slide. The last part is the need for establishing a consultative body of Asian legislative institutions. Regarding this need, what I can come up with is that we need a platform for discussion on joint response to pending legal issues, and improvement of Asian legal culture, compliance with global norm standard, collaboration in law development in the region. So there are 4 reasons that I can come up with for the establishment. First, the consultative body can provide a platform for discussion to jointly respond to common global legal issues or regional legal issues. There is a need for responding more effectively to common or cross-border legislative issues. As many speakers mentioned earlier, like climate change issues and COVID-19 issues, and especially under the circumstances that a number of such issues are increasing, we need a platform to establish common response to those issues. And also there is a need for reviewing and deliberating on common legal issues in Asia, especially the legal issues following the accelerating transition to a digital economy. Currently, many Asian countries are considering online platform regulations, and also protection of platform worker protection, and sharing accommodation, and protection of migrant or guest workers are also important issues among Asian countries. And another reason is that there is a need for a quick responding to US and European legislative activities to preempt markets and regulations. Currently, EU has enacted AI law, and also the US Congress is on discussion with that regard. And also there is a need for representing the positions and interests of Asian countries. And another reason I could think of is we need a forum for Asian legislative institutions can discuss other matters of law, other issues for common prosperity in Asia. The second reason is that we need a platform for exchange and collaborations in legislative administration to improve Asian legal culture. According to the previous study done by MOLEC, there are strong demands from Asian legislative institutions, such as Thailand, Mongolia, Indonesia, Uzbekistan, and so on and so forth, for exchange and collaborations, especially in legislative administration. For example, legal review and interpretation of law and regulations, establishment and operation of legal database, and substantialization of procedures for citizen participation in legislative activities. In this regard, we need definitely for a consultative body to efficiently cope with such demands from many Asian legislative institutions. We also need a platform for discussion on compliance with global norm standard in Asian countries. Recently, many Asian countries have enacted or amended the Personal Information Protection Act to reflect EU's GDPR, and also the Copyright Act to comply with WIPO Copyright Treaty, the Labor Law to comply with international standards proposed by ILO, and other laws to comply with global norm standards, such as the implementation of OECD recommendations and the enactment and amendment of laws to comply with, to implement FTAs. It could be ideal for us to have a forum for discussion on enacting and amending laws in order to implement multilateral or bilateral treaties, international conventions, and recommendations from other international organizations. This could work as a forum for sharing and transferring legal experience and knowledge and know-how among Asian countries. And the last reason that I can come up with is we need a platform for a collaboration in legal law development in the region. The consultative body can function as a platform for leading to specific collaboration in legislative activities by addressing the demands for legal development cooperation in the region through discussions to respond to pending legal issues in Asia, discussions among Asian countries to comply with global norm standards, and discussions among Asian countries for exchanges and collaborations in legislative administrations. As I mentioned earlier, this is what I can come up with for the need of establishment of consultative body of Asian legislative institutions. I wish I can elaborate more on these through today's discussions. Thank you for your listening.
네, 고맙습니다. 우리 김형건 선임연구위원님께서
Thank you very much. Senior Research Fellow Kim Hyung-gun, for your wonderful presentation. So you have also talked about the need for establishing a consultative body. Now we are going to invite Professor Murakami Masako from the Graduate School of Law from Nagoya University. And she will talk about legislative cooperation in multilateral way. Please welcome Professor Masako Murakami with a big round of applause.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Masako Murakami. Actually, Murakami is my last name, Masako Murakami, and the professor at Graduate School of Law at Nagoya University, and also the director of Center for Asian Legal Exchange, CALE. I have to confess that before I became the director of CALE, I wasn't much involved in any activities of CALE or any legislative cooperation by the government. So I'm not an expert at all. Actually, I'm the beginner. I just started to learn. So this symposium is the best place for me to learn a lot about legislative cooperation by Korea and other countries in Asia. So I feel like a student in the classroom, and every presentation was so informative, and I have been really concentrated. So I'm kind of exhausted before my presentation. Sorry, but I need to do my job, so let me start my presentation. Okay, so here is the outline of my presentation today. But before going into detail about CALE activities, I'd like to give a quick view of legal assistance by Japanese government and how Nagoya University Graduate School of Law got involved. Okay, so in 1991, there was a request from Vietnam government to assist to make legal systems suitable for transition into market economy. But unfortunately, Japanese government at that time wasn't so interested in. And so instead, Emeritus Professor Morishima, Nagoya University, personally started to support to draft civil law in Vietnam in 1993. And the government followed. And in 1996, JICA launched first project to support civil legal system in Vietnam. And in 2001, International Cooperation Department, ICD, was established in Ministry of Justice, and in cooperation with JICA, the Japanese government started full-scale support. So here are 3 pillars of support by Japanese government. And first is support for drafting basic laws and regulations, such as civil and criminal law, civil and criminal procedural law, and commercial law, and so on. And second is a support for institutional development of judicially related and administrative agencies that administer enacted laws and regulations. And third is the support for human resource development, especially human resources who actually operate the system. And this is now the main focus of support by the government. And next, how the Graduate School of Law got involved. Well, Graduate School of Law, GSL, commenced legal assistance activities in 1990 on the basis of donations collected from different circles. And GSL also launched an English-based legal program in 1999. And here, ongoing programs of English course, Mixed Scholarship, JICA long-term trainee programs, Japan Human Resource Development Scholarships, Asia Satellite Campus, and G30 program for undergraduate. Well, in 1990, GSL commenced the Asia-Pacific Region Studies project, initiated by Professor Morishima, who was a dean of the Faculty of Law at that time. In 1998, GSL commenced legal assistance activities in Vietnam, Laos, Cambodia, and Mongolia. And in 2000, it established the Center for Asian Legal Exchange, the predecessor of the current CALE, Undergraduate School of Law. So why did GSL start legal assistance in the first place? Well, there were several professors who were specialized in socialist law at that time, and socialist countries in Asia were the subject of their research. Therefore, GSL had the human resources and basis for research, as many countries were transitioning from former socialist regime. Besides, Professor Morishima felt that it was necessary for us to disseminate Japanese jurisprudence and legal information toward overseas. Okay, and here the Center for Asian Legal Exchange, CALE, was separated from GSL and reorganized in 2002, so we just celebrated 20th anniversary last September. And it is a specialized institution which focuses on the promotion of international cooperation in the field of law and political science and assists countries in Asia to build up legal systems suitable for the process of nation building. And here are 3 missions of CALE. First mission is to coordinate research on the laws of Asian countries and theories of legal assistance. And second mission is to develop human resources needed by countries in Asia in making and operating laws by themselves. And third mission is to foster global leaders or experts who know well about Asia and will be able to contribute meaningfully to the development of the region. And the second mission, legal education assistance, is our main project. And Graduate School of Law and CALE started Center for Japanese Law in 2005. Okay, let me explain about the education at CJL. A Japanese language lecturer and Japanese law lecturer are jointly supervising the whole curriculum. And the selected students will study at local counterpart university and at CJL at the same time. And students, after acquiring certain level of Japanese, start to learn Japanese history and basic knowledge of law with original textbook and following further study of mainly constitution and civil law. And in the third year, the students write a short thesis with the topic they choose concerning the current problem of their home country and learn about basic academic skills such as how to collect materials or literature, or how to make references, and how to construct a thesis. And after graduation, some of them continue to study in Japan, not only Nagoya University, but other universities in Japan to get master or doctor degree. So you may wonder, why Japanese law in Japanese language? And there are several reasons. First, Japanese law has developed through many changes, including modernization, occupational control with democratization, and globalization. we've been through various changes to take over the law from Western countries. Therefore, we can share the experiences. And comparative legal research is essential for the development of Japanese jurisprudence, that we can provide materials to confront the challenges of economic development and regime transition. And there also is rather practical reason. Well, most of areas of Japanese law are not translated in English. So there are limitations in both quality and quantity of English language materials and literature. And further, the Japanese law can be best understood with proper understanding of Japanese society and culture, which can be best understood through Japanese language. So that's why we start to teach Japanese law in Japanese language. However, we are not expecting all the students to be a professional of Japanese law. Our goal is to develop human resources who can contribute to the legal reforms needed in their home countries and who can serve as a bridge between their home countries and Japan. So to do that, they need to understand the current state of the law and problems in their home countries and be able to explain them in their own language as well as in Japanese. And they also need to have a critical thinking of the legal system in their home countries. So currently, there are 4 Centers for Japanese Law in Asia, and one in Uzbekistan Center is Tashkent State University of Law, established in 2005, and Mongolian Center, established in 2006 at National University of Mongolia, and Vietnam Center in Hanoi Law University in 2007, and the Cambodian Center in Royal University of Law and Economics in 2008. And the numbers on right is the graduates, the number of graduates from each center. And numbers on left is the current students enrolled in each center. And here are the graduates' network of a graduate school of law. Sorry, it's very small, but most of alumni of English course take up key positions in the government, judicial institutions, and universities of their home countries. And besides, alumni of Japanese course and graduates of CJL are now following them as lawyers, lecturers, and government officers. So let me introduce about our other missions. We also coordinate some training for legal professionals. Here are 2 recent programs we coordinated. One for Judicial Training Research Information Institute under the Supreme Court of Mongolia. We coordinate a lecture by a judge at Nagoya District Court about sentencing guidelines in criminal justice in Japan. And another one is for justices and judges of the Office of the Judiciary of Thailand. And we coordinated the training program on dispute management and access to justice. And they visited ICD, International Cooperation of Department, and Supreme Court. And they also had various lectures by lawyers and professors in Tokyo and in Nagoya. And we also committed to joint research and cooperation with our alumni. Here are some examples of that. We are applying the national grant for the research. The topic is the access to justice for vulnerable people, including children, minority, workers, and consumers from Asian perspective. And professors of Graduate School of Law, Nagoya University, and alumni in Asian countries will participate in this research. And we also now working on new teaching materials, textbook for Asian comparative law to foster critical thinking using Asian law for CJL students. And next spring semester at Graduate School of Law, we will offer our Japanese students the omnibus courses on Introduction to Law and Legal System in Mongolia. And these courses are given by the members of Faculty of Law at National University of Mongolia. And there are nearly 10 lecturers and professors who graduated from Nagoya University Graduate School of Law, including one of the speakers today, Professor Amarsana. And they are very generous to accept our offer to give this course. So it is a very new challenge for us, and we are very excited about it. And we also plan to have annual conference in next January about state compensation systems in countries in transition. And all speakers are Graduate School of Law alumni from different Asian countries, and they are going to give their presentation in Japanese. So here are our policy for legal cooperation. We think that it is important to give support for judicial systems that take into account the realities of the partner country. And it is also important for those of us who do not specialize in Asian law. It is essential to collaborate and cooperate with researchers and practitioners in each country in order to learn about their system and practices. And also integrating education and research and utilizing alumni network to establish a continuous and sustainable research foundation is critical. We believe that the development of human resources at university is not completed with the acquisition of a degree. In order to establish a continuous research foundation in each country after obtaining a degree, we will utilize our alumni network, including CJL graduates, to provide opportunities for research exchange among students and researchers, especially young ones, from Japan and abroad, and which will lead to the development of the next generation. And as a center connected to the university, CALE, in cooperation with Graduate School of Law, can be a unique and ideal platform for integrating education and research. We give education, and that will make a network, and based on that network, we collaborate in research for like Asian comparative law, and in the process of collaboration, young researchers will be fostered, and that will strengthen our network, and that will feed back in educating new generations. So our future plan is to make this upward cycle or spiral smooth and effective. And we believe that in order for the rule of law to take root in Asian countries, including Japan, it is important to raise citizens' awareness of the law and their rights, to encourage them to take the initiative, and to train young lawyers who will support them as well. So we hope that our cooperation and interactions with each other will lead to the development of Asian law. Thank you very much.
네, 고맙습니다, 교수님.
Thank you very much, Professor Masako Murakami, for the introduction of your Graduate School of Law, Nagoya's case, and your future plans as well. Now we would like to conclude all the presentations for session 2, and we'll move on to discussions. So we would like to invite the panelists as well as the two presenters on the stage.
분들께 안내 말씀 드리도록 하겠습니다.
Ladies and gentlemen, as you can see on the screen, there is a QR code, and offline and online participants, if you scan this QR code, you will be able to participate in the satisfaction survey. I look forward to your active participation, and it will be very helpful to improve this symposium every year. So we are going to start the general discussion for the second session, and it will be moderated by Professor Lee Gu-gun from Handong University. So please look forward to your participation. I would like to introduce all the participants, panelists on the stage.
It's very nice to meet you. My name is Kogun Lee. I'm very honored to be a moderator for the last session. First of all, I have to confess that I am under very heavy pressure from the organizers because we are far beyond our original schedule. So we have a very little time. But I have to express my great thanks to the distinguished presenters of this session, Dr. Hyung-gun Kim and Professor Murakami Masako first. They shared some ideas, very useful ideas in this field. Dr. Kim suggested, why not moving one step forward? We are now in a kind of symposium or conference type of relationships, and why not establish a, you said, mechanism or council or a kind of forum or commission even for legislative corporations. And for that, Professor Murakami Masako's presentation was very much useful. As sort of a forerunner in this field, Nagoya University and Center for Asian Legal Exchange shows us great kind of model or examples. So it is very useful. Now we are going to invite three discussants for this session. One from South Korea, and the other is from Southeast Asia, and from Vietnam and Laos too. And the first discussant is Dr. Kim Hwang Yong from Rural Development Administration, the government of South Korea.
안녕하십니까?
Hello, I'm Kim Hwang-yong, Director General from Rural Development Administration, and we really are under a lot of time pressure. So I will just touch on the key points. I would like to thank Dr. Kim and Professor Masako. It's a great honor to be on the same stage as these experts, and it's a great honor for me to share my experience with you. Rural Development Cooperation. I will share my experience with you. Rural Development Administration was established in 1962 and has led the agricultural development of South Korea. We are in the field of agricultural science, crop science, horticulture, and herbal science. For example, in the 1977, we developed the Tongil rice variety and achieved rice self-sufficiency in several years and tripled our agricultural productivity. And on top of that, in order to promote the rural economy, we have made a lot of programs. And based on such experience, we have supported the agricultural technology development of various developing countries around the world. We are supporting 4 areas. So I will talk about our organization's efforts in various areas. KOPIA, Korea Partnership for Innovation of Agriculture. It's a bilateral cooperation program. And Korea's agricultural technology experts will be dispatched to developing countries. And they will have their office within the local administration and do co-planning, co-evaluation of the project and transfer Korea's agricultural technology to the local experts. And we have KOPIA centers in 23 countries, and the feedback for this program is very good. And OECD has said that this is a very innovative bilateral cooperation program. But this is a bilateral cooperation, so I won't talk about this in more detail. Since 2014, we have been operating Korea-Latin America Food and Agricultural Cooperation Initiative with 12 countries in Latin America. One thing important or interesting about this is that we have the cooperation body for all continents, and rural administration had the same format in each of those continents, but each continent began to show different characteristics. Latin America showed rapid localization, and we have the meetings in Spanish. All the daily activities are conducted in Spanish, and our partner organizations are, the local international agency is actively involved in our COFACI activities. So it is very heavily localized. So we are also harvesting Friol cacao. We don't harvest them in Korea anymore. And Africa, since 2010, we have been supporting 23 African countries through CAFASI. In Africa, we are increasing the scale of our project. For example, since 2017, we have been involved in African rice variety development projects. So we are improving the yield of rice variety in Africa, and we have developed a lot of rice varieties. Currently, a lot more rice varieties are being developed and ready for registration. With the development of rice varieties, we need to disseminate them as much as possible. And with the Agricultural and Livestock Ministry, we are carrying out a large-scale project to disseminate them. So in each country, we are developing the rice seed development plantation equivalent to 100 hectares in each country. Africa has weak agricultural infrastructure, so when we are adopting a technology, we first have to invest in infrastructure. So as an R&D research organization, the Rural Development Administration cannot invest on its own. We need international organization support. So now Asia, this was the first one to be established in 2009, and 15 countries are members of AFASI. So what are we doing in Asia? It's really imaginative, but I will share that with you later. It started in 2009. In 2022, we have accepted Uzbekistan. We've done a lot of things, actually 16 projects related to agricultural technology, and we are currently implementing 16 projects. So bilateral cooperation is popular, but why do we need multilateral cooperation? Because we can do this kind of things. This is an example of multilateral cooperation. This is a soil atlas for Asian countries. With this information, we can accumulate the soil information and rapidly increase the agricultural productivity. We could do this for individual Asian countries, but if all the Asian countries work together, we can develop the soil atlas for the entire Asian continent. And we did that in cooperation with FAO. And recently, we wanted to create a pest monitoring network in Asia. And we are also working on that as well. So if we cooperated with individual countries, we won't be able to have the soil atlas of the entire Asian countries, but with the multilateral mechanism, we can do much more. AFASI, these are the advantages and characteristics of AFASI. And UNFCCC has given a very positive assessment of AFASI. One of the biggest characteristics of AFASI is that we have common goals. And we have different approach for each nation. Asia, in terms of history, culture, traditions, each country has its own unique culture, so we cannot paint them with a very broad brush. Even though we are going for the similar direction, we need to respect their diversity. So in cooperating with Asian countries, I don't know about the legislative area, but at least for the agricultural area, we need to really appreciate their diversity. To share with you my experience about 10 years ago, we had GAP system. These are the activities in various areas. What is GAP? Good agricultural practices. In some countries, safety management was key. Other countries thought that increasing the value of export produce was most important. For other countries, maximizing productivity and yield was the priority. Each country had different priorities and different level of progress. Some of the countries have already legislated this, but some of them are just beginning to hear about this now. If we have the same single goal, but if we can create a bespoke cooperation system for individual partner countries, and they can share their experience and progress. We started this in 2009, and everything has been working like clockwork. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. As you can see, the CV of Dr. Kim, he is a PhD in entomology, which is about insects and bugs. And he shows that, technicians or the expert in technology is much ahead than the people of law like us. And our second discussant is from Vietnam, Mrs. Thai Puhong Tao. And please go ahead.
Okay, so allow me to remain seated while I deliver my presentation. So, esteemed chairs, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I am honored to attend the 11th Asian Legislative Expert Symposium. And in the previous presentation by Dr. Kim Hoon-gun, excuse my pronunciation, from the Korea Legislative Research Institute, he elaborated on the need for establishing a consultative body of Asian legislative institutions, and also from the presentation of Professor Masako Murakami, she stresses the importance of learning and exchanging insights and knowledge on matters of shared interests. So, inspired from these points, I would like to share the experience of the Ministry of Justice of Vietnam in enhancing cooperation in legal and in justice areas to contribute a perspective to the symposium on the efforts of the Ministry of Justice of Vietnam to ensure active and responsible participation in ASEAN. So my presentation will be divided into three parts. So the first one would be measures to promote cooperation with ASEAN. The second part would be challenges, and the third part would be the ways forward. So on the recent achievements within the framework of ASEAN cooperation, Vietnam officially became a member of ASEAN in 1995, and a year later, the MOJ officially participated in ASEAN cooperation when assigned by the government as the lead agency attending the third ASEAN Justice Ministers meeting, so-called ALA-MM, and the fourth ASEAN Senior Legal Officials meeting, also so-called ASLOM, in the Philippines in 1996. For more than 25 years, MOJ has always actively participated in ASEAN with a number of achievements. So the first one, the MOJ has well performed its role as Vietnam's focal agency in implementing cooperation activities under ALA-MM and ASLOM, which are two very important meetings in ASEAN legal and judicial cooperation. Since 1996, MOJ has chaired and coordinated with other lines ministries to fully and actively participate in all ALA-MM and ASLOM, and actively coordinate with other ASEAN member states to implement legal and judicial cooperation initiatives and activities approved by ALA-MM and ASLOM. MOJ also successfully organized ALA-MM 6 and ASLOM 10 in September 2005, and chaired 4 ASEAN legal forums with the participation of senior legal officials of 10 ASEAN countries on a number of topics. And most recently, the topic is promoting cooperation in mutual legal assistance in civil and commercial matters between ASEAN and other countries. In November 2022, MOJ also proposed and led the implementation of the initiative to strengthen mutual legal assistance in civil and commercial matters among ASEAN member states. And most recently, MOJ actively coordinated with ASLOM, ASEAN member states, and the Ministry of Justice of Japan in drafting the ASEAN-Japan Legal and Judicial Cooperation Plan and participating actively and responsibly in ASEAN-Japan Special Meeting of Justice Ministers and ASEAN G7 Justice Minister interface held in Tokyo, Japan in July 2023. Second, MOJ always focused on developing bilateral cooperation with other MOJ and Attorney General's offices of ASEAN member states to create connections and links to coordinate actions in legal and judicial cooperation in ASEAN. MOJ has signed the Memorandum of Understanding and agreements on cooperation in the field of law and justice with 6 ASEAN countries, including Laos, Cambodia, Thailand, Singapore, Indonesia, and Malaysia, and also advised the President to sign and ratify mutual legal assistance agreements in civil matters with Laos, Cambodia, and Thailand. Third, MOJ has actively participated in negotiating, commenting on, and appraising international treaties and international agreements in ASEAN at the request of line ministries. MOJ sent representatives to directly participate in negotiating important international treaties within ASEAN, such as the Protocol on Strengthening Dispute Resolution Mechanisms in ASEAN, or the ASEP Agreement, to name but a few. And also, MOJ provided comments on and reviewed drafts of agreements, protocols, conventions related to cooperation in legal issues in ASEAN. In addition, MOJ has also regularly reviewed Vietnamese legal documents related to ASEAN to propose line ministries to amend, supplement, and promulgate new legal documents to ensure their compatibility with international treaties within ASEAN, as well as international treaties between ASEAN and other partners. Fourth, MOJ also focuses on teaching and disseminating ASEAN laws and the laws of ASEAN member states to raise awareness and knowledge for law students, judicial officials, and the people. At Hanoi Law University, ASEAN law has been included in the bachelor and postgraduate training program. And you can see here the image of the textbook on the ASEAN law that has been taught to the students, generation of students in Hanoi Law University. Next one, overall, the MOJ participation in ASEAN achieved a number of positive results. However, there still remain a number of challenges that we need to tackle. The first one would be the external challenges, which is the legal system of ASEAN countries that diverse with civil law and common law systems, to name but a few. Meanwhile, the levels of development of member states are also varied. Therefore, it is imperative that ASEAN member states make more efforts in harmonizing national laws and building an ASEAN legal system. And the second one would be the functions and tasks of Vietnamese MOJ do not bear much resemblance with its counterparts in ASEAN, which have made it difficult to implement cooperation initiatives within the framework of ALOM and ASLOM. For example, in Vietnam, the focal point for mutual legal assistance in criminal matters is the Supreme People's Procuracy, and for extradition or transfer of sentenced persons is the Ministry of Public Security. Other internal challenges that I want to mention here is the research and dissemination of ASEAN and ASEAN law have been quite unsystematic in Vietnam, with a lack of predictive research on the future trajectory of multilateral and regional legal and judicial cooperation, as well as in-depth research on legal issues of ASEAN and ASEAN member states. And also, in our Ministry of Justice, the number of officials in charge of ASEAN cooperation is still insufficient, although their English proficiency has been improved over the years. it has not been enough to effectively implement cooperation activities in ASEAN as expected. And lastly, the knowledge and experience shared and exchanged to serve legal and judicial reform and rule of law have not been effectively made use of. So in order to maintain and promote the achievements in ASEAN cooperation, the Ministry of Justice of Vietnam has also identified a number of measures to strengthen cooperation with ASEAN in the upcoming years. First of all, I think MOJ needs to continue to be proactive and responsible in coordinating with ASLOM to promote ASEAN legal and judicial cooperation, and these can be done by effective implementation of the lines of action on law and justice in the ASEAN community vision to 2025, and also by doing research and proposing long-term initiatives, especially on drafting international treaties and ASEAN international agreements, harmonizing laws, promoting legal cooperation among ASEAN member states. And also to continue to promote ALOM Plus and ASLOM Plus cooperation mechanisms with the participation and dialogue of third parties to create a forum for ASEAN member states to have more access to international good practices and technical and financial support in implementing ALOM and ASLOM initiatives. And second, MOJ need to continue to promote bilateral legal and judicial cooperation with ASEAN member states to create a sound basis for promoting multilateral cooperation in the region through the effective implementation of the agreements and memoranda on legal and judicial cooperation. And third, MOJs need to actively participate in proposing, negotiating, and implementing international treaties, agreements, and other cooperation instruments in ASEAN through advising the government to negotiate, sign, and implement international treaties in ASEAN with relevant contents. And lastly, MOJ also needs to focus on capacity building for staffs to facilitate the effective cooperation in legal and judicial fields by implementing capacity building plans for officials, lecturers, legal experts in the MOJ, or sending officials to participate in international forums, workshops, training courses, and also to strengthen the IT application in international cooperation, as well as in teaching and disseminating ASEAN law. So I just gone through the experience of the Ministry of Justice of Vietnam on cooperation with ASEAN, and thank you so much for your attention. I yield it back to you, moderator.
Thank you very much. Especially, you're sharing the experience from Vietnamese and Asian perspective. And our last discussions is from Laos. Ms. Chittasong Tuangdi. Please go ahead.
Hello. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm the last person. I'm so sorry that you take a few minutes for your time. That quite late. So I'm Chittasong Tuangdi from Ministry of Justice of Laos PDR. So as some of you maybe heard about Laos, Laos is a small landlocked country that's border with Thailand, Vietnam, Cambodia, Myanmar, and China. So we have population around 7.2 million people. And for today, I just want to give some about the main legislative system or in Laos PDR, just a brief for you to know somehow what we work on that. So I will give you 5 points that will for the general and of course for the legal system in Laos and and amended the law of the Lao PDR and how people participate in the lawmaking and the rule of the Ministry of Justice that in charge with the adopt the new law and amend the law. And for the general, I already mentioned about that. Let me skip to the second point that the legal system in Lao PDR is a civil law system. So with the citizen participant in the SPIP and amended the law with the approval vote of the member of the People Assembly as representative in the voting. And Lao PDR is a unicameral legislation. So it's quite similar in Vietnam, but however, when we making the contract, almost we refer to the common law. So it's a somehow, but of course for the system it's a civil law system, but when we make the contract, or it's a common law, so it's a somehow like a mix when we do the fact. And Lao PDR is sometimes we work on that unicameral legislation is like consider only one time, but some maybe is happen in your country. Some issue like when we adopt the law on land or law on forest, sometimes is we consider for try for this for to consider the law. And for the next point, how Lao PDR establishing and amended the law of the Lao PDR. So you will see maybe it's somehow quite similar in your country that we have law on law, follow law on law. We will, before we have a new establishment law, we will draft the 5 year first to propose to the National Assembly and asking approval from the government. So after that, we will draft the law as we follow for the 5 year plan that we already make. And of course, for the review, the consistency of the law by the Ministry of Justice, it is in charge by the Ministry of Justice to work on that. And consider the draft law by the government, and the next, consider and adopt the draft law by the National Assembly, and the last one, promulgated by the President. I think the system may be somehow how to establish new law and amend the law, quite similar in your country. And the fourth, the next point, how people participate in the lawmaking. This is according to the law on law. The people will be involved in the establishment of the law. Namely, the first draft of the law, we will post it on the website, and somehow we have, before we adopt the draft law by the National Assembly. And the next one that people involved on that is a law review by the relevant organization. This is based on the law. For example, the law belong to the Ministry of Finance that who draft the first law will be the key person who in charge to work on that before come to the Ministry of Justice to review the first draft. And this also have to work how the people participate on the lawmaking on that related to the law organization. And the last point, before we adoption, people will participate on that. The first draft law with the member of the People Assembly represent the people to vote on that. It is that how we work on the amended law and establishment law that people can involve in 3 steps for that. And the last point, the law of the Ministry of Justice establishing law. So this is we work as I already mentioned earlier that Ministry of Justice will be the 3rd step after we make the plan of the estimate the new law or amend the law and draft the first law, and the third step is the Ministry of Justice work on that. Before the government decide, Ministry of Justice is under the judicial system, but nowadays the government decide that Ministry of Justice should be under the administrative agency, and we have relative like National Assembly. This is the point that I just want to lay and share with you. So I hope that if you have a question or just want to suggestion, you are welcome. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your very useful discussions. So before we close this discussion, I can give only 2 or 3 minutes to the presenters to respond, and especially to Professor Murakami Masako. If you have any comments on the proposal of Dr. Kim regarding to have a kind of council or kind of commission for multilateral legislative cooperation in this region. Could you please?
Okay, thank you, Professor Lee. I just make the short comments about the title of the session. So multilateral means that deepening comparative law through legal cooperation, legislative cooperation, and legislative cooperation means that it is a process of change on both sides. So in my presentation, I said that at CJL, our goal is for the students to have a critical thinking, but we also need to have a critical thinking, and we also think about Japanese law and Japanese legal system to improve and learning from Asian countries and through legislative cooperation. And I just want to make one comment, okay? So in my presentation, I think I emphasized GSL alumni too many times, but it doesn't matter whether you are GSL alumni or not. So if you are interested in KL activities or cooperation with us, please let me know. Thank you.
Thank you. And our last speaker is Professor Dr. Kim.
Well, I was kind of curious about ASLOM and ALOM, but I will deal with in person with her. So please, we can save time for now.
Okay. I think, today in the last session, we are faced with a very important proposal on why not we, go just one step forward to have a more institutional, cooperative platform for legislative studies and legislative researches among these, regions. Before, closing, I think, we have to, recognize that at least one commonality we already have in legislations. In all Asian countries, I think, law is made in political processes. So, if I'm correct, the legislative corporations should need political corporations in order to make it better. So I think, why don't I ask you, why don't we extend our discussion in the dinner table with this kind of new agenda? How can we cooperate politically too? Okay, why don't we close this session with a big hands for our 5 distinguished speakers.
네, 고맙습니다.
Thank you very much. So I would like to thank Professor Lee and all the panelists for their wonderful discussion. Please give them a big round of applause one more time. So we have talked about legislative cooperation and how to promote this discussion further. So we have concluded our program for today. I would like to thank everybody for staying with us until the very end, and also those of you who have joined us through YouTube. And please participate in the satisfaction survey by scanning the QR code on the screen. That would be very helpful for us to improve the program every year. We would highly appreciate your opinions. And the booklet that's on your table, it's the history of Korea's legislation and economic development and democracy, how that has been reflected in our legislative process by each decade. I'm sure this book would be very helpful to you, so please make sure you take the book with you. And we'll continue to invite you for this meeting every year. Now we are going to conclude the 11th Asian Legislative Expert Symposium. I would like to thank everybody, and bye-bye. It was a pleasure to be your MC today. Thank you.